I'm ready.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite orangutan armed Adam.
What's up, everybody? Everyone should have arms that are at least 10 feet long.
Actually, do orangutans even have long arms? I'm thinking of gibbons. Gibbons have those wacky long arms. Yeah.
All apes have long arms, including human apes. So, and we have a very special guest here, Joe of the Good Logic
That
channel.
was a
What's
great
up, Joe?
segue from the apes to good logic. I appreciate I
Yeah,
appreciate
yes,
that.
yes. So
You
I
guys are
guess we're going to
professional.
talk about stuff.
Yeah, that's the objective. It really beats the alternative of like us staring at each other in silence. So
Does
So,
we should
it?
really, yeah.
so I don't know how much you heard of us talking before we came in, but I was complimenting Sitch on what a great job he did in the conversation with
Nick.
Joe
Nick,
Nick last night.
that
Nick
was a great
Rekieta,
that was a
yeah.
great conversation from all parties. I thought it's rare to hear people with opposing opinions expressing themselves and trying to root themselves in like logic rather than I'm trying to win an argument. And that's
Right.
it's something that we need a lot more of, and I'm hoping that I can do my best to duplicate.
Well,
But although I'm
hold
not
on.
going to be presenting the same arguments that he's presenting.
You have to tell us because I do. You actually had a talk with Destiny as well, right?
Yeah,
Uh, so we were
yeah.
talking because Nick had a talk with
Mm-hmm,
Destiny, and I
mm-hmm.
guess Sitch had some questions about it. But what was your take on your talk with Destiny? I haven't listened to it yet. Have you, Sitch?
Yeah,
I
I
felt
did
like
listen
he
to
was.
it.
I felt like he was trying. I felt like he was trying to corner me. Like the entire time, it was like
He is. That's not just a feeling.
it started with like he's like let me pin you down, pigeonhole you with let's get some certain givens out of the way. And it's like, if I had tried pigeonholing him, I actually think the conversation probably would have been a lot healthier because he was trying to force me into taking positions that I refused to take, and then when I refused to take them, he was already attacking me for refusing to take them, even as I was qualifying. Like, here's why I wouldn't phrase it that way. I think that it leads to certain implications that are not accurate.
Mhm.
And that's what I felt like he was. I felt like, and we just kept fighting about that the whole time. Whereas I felt like, there's certain things I could have probably said to him that he would have agreed with a lot, that are a lot more baseline to understand what my position was and where I felt like he was wrong.
Mhm.
But
So
it
what
is what it
is
is.
your position in terms of the electors, the Georgia electors?
The
So
Georgia
you
elect.
got to talk a little louder, Sitch. I don't know if you're like a mile away from your
What, I have to
microphone, but
talk louder?
yeah, or just
There's nothing different with my setup.
I mean, you sound really like low energy and far away. Just get up in that microphone and say, Joe.
You schmuck.
Okay, okay.
Oh, that's better. Look at that.
Yeah.
Sitch was up till 3 in the morning last
That
night.
is
So
true. That is true. But
All right.
anyway,
So you want specifically the Georgia electors rather than the Michigan electors or the other slates of electors, or is there
I
a
mean,
reason?
do you have different thoughts on each
I
slate,
mean,
or is?
I mean, I haven't gone. I just wanted to know if there was something in particular about Georgia. Is it because of the RICO case? That's why you're asking me specifically
Well,
about
I guess it's
Georgia?
just because, like, what I was talking about with Nick last night. Like, okay, we can start with this. Do you think the vice president has the authority to select electors or throw out electors?
I would say probably.
Okay, and what is your basis for
probably,
this?
huh? That's
But
a
here's here.
real, that's a real,
No,
real big
so
endorsement there.
okay. I'm gonna give a trigger warning because some of the things I'm gonna say tonight are things
Uh-oh.
that most of your viewers are not gonna like, and some things you guys might not like. Okay,
Okay,
but
Look, they
I'm
they
gonna
hate it. They
I
hate
want to share
everything
with you
we
some
say.
reality.
So
okay,
I
show
want to
me
share.
some
I
reality.
want to share with you some something that I think is actually reality. There's a
Okay.
lot of areas in the world. There's a lot of
Hmm.
areas that come up as far as is this legal, is that legal, and especially when we're talking about things that are not tested in court on a frequent basis, that ultimately the power ends up resting less on what the text of a particular statute or amendment says than just what people do. It's almost like, there's the same way that there's sort of in day-to-day life, you and your friends, when you're dealing with people, this sort of accepted practice, and that just becomes accepted because no one's ever questioned whether this is the way things are legally supposed to be, but it's like, okay, this is what becomes accepted. So then the question becomes, okay, when you have something that's sort of vague in the law and someone actually makes a decisive decision saying, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm interpreting the law, the only way that becomes wrong is if someone who is in a position of authority doesn't just think that they're wrong, but is willing to step up and say that you're wrong and that I'm going to stop you from doing it. Otherwise, it becomes accepted practice. So when we're talking about like what the vice president's powers are, it's almost like it's asking, before Marbury v. Madison, you're familiar with Marbury v. Madison, right?
Yeah.
So if I would have said to you, before Marbury v. Madison is decided, does the Supreme Court have the right to strike down a law as being unconstitutional? Do they have that power or not? So we would all be sitting there speculating, saying like, well, I don't know, it could, I don't think so. It doesn't make sense that they had that power. It's not implied in the Constitution they had that power. But once they actually step up and do it and pass they write Marbury v. Madison, and no one challenges the Supreme Court about their ability to do it. I'm not sure how that challenge would happen, but Congress never challenges them. The president never challenges them. So it ends up becoming, so they assert their authority, and that becomes now the law of the land, really, because no one ever questions it. It becomes the accepted practice, much as like, whether or not you call someone without texting them first. What's the accepted practice? Well, it's the same. It works the same way in Washington. It's until someone actually steps up and says F off, that people just that someone will just step up and do something. And if no one does anything, that sort of becomes what the law is. So now the situation with the vice president's power, is he actually someone who's supposed to be sitting here making his own individual contemplation? This slate is right, that slate is wrong. Does he have the authority to basically say, I choose this slate, and I don't care what it says on it. I don't care if I'm going to recognize this slate, I'm going to disregard that slate? Or is he like some sort of game show hostess standing in front of a car saying, look how beautiful and red this slate of electors is? What is his function? That's something that was never decided before. And you can decide, and you can read the Constitution to say that he has power, or you could read to say that he doesn't have power, and we wouldn't know it until a vice president were to try asserting that power, and then how the court would react to that assertion of power, where they would say, oh, okay, that's fine, or whether they would just sit back, and then that would become the accepted practice.
Joe, can I ask you a question?
Does that make sense? Does everything I'm saying make sense?
Yeah, look, I totally understand.
Yeah.
Joe, what is the point of even holding elections if the VP has this kind of veto power over the whole shebang?
I mean, and the question as far as how elections operate, and you're almost asking a question on the entire electoral process. In theory, I mean, as Pisco was pointing out to me in a debate with him, he's like, in theory, a state has the right to say, we're deciding our elections this way, and you have to be blonde in order to be on the ballot.
Yeah, but they would still run up against the VP. We're talking specifically about the vice president. We're talking about the vice president's power.
Right.
Like the vice president has this veto power over the election.
Theory,
let's say each state decides they want to draw straws for who becomes president. Okay. I don't contest that. They can do whatever they want to pick their electors. But the VP, what you're postulating is the Constitution has this loophole where the VP can just basically veto the whole thing. Like,
well, he would have to have a slate of electors. And then the question is, he would have to have something. The point is the way the amendment's drafted is that he basically presents who the slate of electors are. So there would have to be two options in front of him. It's not like he could just say, oh, I decide that California has a slate of electors for Trump. I don't see anything here, but I just wrote this up in my back office 10 minutes ago, that's not what I'm trying to assert he can do. The point is that something is presented to him, and then he makes a determination based on that.
Do you dispute what I'm saying about how
I see. No, I see your point. I see your point.
Okay, so he has this kind of veto power.
It seems to vitiate the entire state process of sending electors.
Yes,
the fact that he has that has that power.
So if we lived in that world, let's just say the Constitution does say that. What is the purpose of even having elections at all?
Well, the elections. I mean, the elections, and we're talking now at the at the meeting point of state versus federal, right? So it's like the states are doing what they're doing to send their electors, and now he's supposed to choose which of these electors are accurate. I think the point to it is that there's supposed to be someone who the state is presenting, and the question becomes, what happens if there are two things that are presented?
Do you think
Look, I'm not going to kid you. I'm not going to kid you. If he had done what Trump wanted him to do, okay? If he had said, you know what, I know that these electors from Georgia are not sanctioned by the state, and these electors from Michigan are not sanctioned by the state. They just signed off that they're submitting this to me, okay? And he had said, I'm choosing these electors who are not sanctioned by the state. Would there have been like a tremendous outrage and everything of that nature by the country? Yes. If I was sitting on the other side of the coin and I was like a big Biden supporter and I was, you know, I had Trump derangement syndrome, I would be freaking out. I would be. But, you know, you can ask the same thing about the faithless electors question also, which we had in 2016. I mean, there were faithless electors. Imagine if there were enough faithless electors that Trump, after winning the election, now all of a sudden he doesn't get enough votes from these electors who swear that they're going to vote for whoever it is that's on the ticket, and then basically say, I'm not doing it. I'm violating my oath. So I could throw the same question back at you, Adam, with respect to that. What happens? What's the purpose of the whole voting process if all of a sudden there's even a possibility of a faithless elector who's going to just ignore the will of the people that's asserted by their vote? How's that different?
Well, at least you're dealing with a process that has, 270 people involved. With the vice president, you're dealing with one guy. So basically, all the elections would be designed to make it past this obstacle of, will the vice president approve of who we're voting for? It's an insane.
Bear in mind that if you have an election that finishes out at 272 to 268, all you need is three faithless electors, and all of a sudden, and say we're jumping ships the other side, and the next thing you know, the person who lost the electoral count is being sworn in as president. I mean, so you're saying it's not as big a problem because there are hundreds of people involved on the elector scale, but it really isn't going to come down to hundreds of people. It'll come down to like a handful of people. So I don't really see the difference in these two issues being nearly as dramatic as you might be implying.
I think it's a little different. Well, first of all, I don't agree. I don't think people should be allowed legally to be faithless electors. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I think it's good that most of the states are passing laws to prevent that, because I do think it is a violation of the spirit of the whole point of elections. But I'd say it's a little different for two reasons. The first being that it has, I mean, it's not like a good legal reason, but this kind of goes to the psychology that you're talking about in the beginning. The faithless electors thing has like an idea that people have like understood and debated for a long time. Unlike the Pence thing, which was like nobody, to my understanding, nobody's ever talked really about that until this election.
Right.
So it'd be a lot more jarring. And then the second thing is that, or B, as I should say to Adam.
Good job.
Thank you. Is that the faithless electors thing, at least the party is choosing an elector that's supposed to represent the party's will. So that has like a check on it to that extent, where with the VP thing, like the VP could very easily, and probably often would be overseeing the other party winning. So it's like you're giving the other party power in this election, where the faithless electors thing is not. It's just like, oh, well, the party itself chose the wrong person to represent themselves.
Yeah, I think that's really a distinction without a difference. I mean, and I understand what you're saying, that we've become accustomed to the concept of a faithless elector. So, and I guess if what happened with Pence would have happened and he had gone rogue, so to speak, and then we saw another vice president go rogue, that would be something that would become the something that we'd be accustomed to, right? I mean, there's always a first time that something happens. So this was an attempt at the first time. It's an interesting question whether the law that was passed by Congress that purports to strip him of that ability, which is what I was sort of mulling about when you were asking me that question, like, did he have that power? Does Congress have the right to impact the Constitution when there's a constitutional power that if a constitutional power was arguably given to Pence? Does Congress have the ability to to say, no, we're taking that power away from you? Could the Congress pass a law saying that the president is not the commander in chief? Obviously not.
No.
Obviously not, right? They couldn't pass such a law. So if they pass a law about a different amendment, so do they have that power to just,
I don't think they do. If he does
Right.
have a constitutional power, I don't think Congress could without amending the Constitution.
Right. Now, you could say that this is a little different because we don't know if he has this constitutional power, so they're sort of trying to define
That's
it.
true. Yeah.
I
mean, the courts could definitely lean towards that direction because
they probably would take some sort of cue from that it implies as far as, what Americans think, that their representatives voted to strip him of that power.
You said that you thought that the vice president should still have to have a slate of electors. He can't just have like a random piece of paper from, Joe Schmo. Do you think that those slate of electors have to be like sent by the state or have some kind of official representation, or is it just like the piece of paper that is a slate of electors is enough?
I want to be clear here. I don't like saying that the vice president should have this power. So I want to be clear here. I'm simply saying what? No, because I don't like the fact that the vice president is Kamala Harris and that she's sitting as the deciding vote in the Senate, but that doesn't change the fact that she is.
So are you saying that the vice president should have this power?
Or that he does?
I said I think there's a fair argument to say that he does, even if I don't think that it's perhaps morally appropriate for him to have that power.
Are you personally saying that is what I'm asking you?
I don't think that the vice president should have that power.
Okay.
But it does, but I'll tell you, the language of the Constitution, the text of it seems kind of weird. Like, why would he have to be the one who's doing that? Is this like just sort of like song and dance type of where else does the Constitution describe pomp and circumstance that it's his role to open it up? Like, why would that be specifically his role? What if he's sick that day or is angry because he lost the election and doesn't want to show up? Well, I mean, why does the Constitution have this?
Right? Doesn't it say president? It says president of the Senate.
Yeah, but that's a reference. It also defines the vice president as the president of the Senate.
Right, but I'm saying, isn't there, if the vice president is not available, it switches to someone else?
Yeah, there is a pro tempore. That's true. Right. That's a fair point. But what I'm saying is, why would the Constitution spell it out that way if he's purely some showgirl standing in front of a car? Like, it seems kind of weird. Instead of just saying it shall be counted, but they specifically designate that this is the person who has that responsibility. There's a certain implication that there's something that comes with it, that more than just he's wearing a nice looking crown, right? I mean, there's some sort of implication that you would think is coming there, right? So
you could say it adds legitimacy to the process, right? I mean, someone has to do the counting.
So whoever does it, as soon as it's counted, it can be counted by some clerk of the Senate, do the same way you do roll call. The clerk can say, and the final tally here is 284 to 256, and you're good.
I feel like, so I guess the way that I look at it is that if, like, from an intuitive standpoint, it seems like I do agree with Adam that it seems like it kind of goes against so much of the other electoral processes we have in this country, that the vice president would be given this kind of very powerful unilateral authority to make this determination, especially like back in the day when, the VP, actually, I don't know when the 12th Amendment was passed. I don't know if this is when the VP was still the runner up or not, or if this is when they were associated with the party. It just seems like it kind of violates all of like the logic of the time period of how elections were run. And then I hold that in my mind and then I look at the wording, and I agree that the wording is not like specific, but since it seems to violate all the logic, I would say, well, then that doesn't at all, to me, seem to be the intention when it was written.
Well, it's an interesting thing that you want to go back to, like, historically, to what was happening in the country at the time that these things are being put into effect. Because one of the things that I think when we're trying to figure out his power is, you need to remember, it was in 1804 that the 12th Amendment was passed, right? There's no phone lines. There's no communication from like South Carolina to DC is like a month-long trip, right? So when you have, and it's not like, and it's arguably not too difficult to forge something if you were so inclined. So I think that they're sort of putting it upon him to be the final arbiter. I sort of would read it. I think the fairest, most logical way to read it. Let's put aside everything that happened over the last 10 years. Just the most logical, if we're just looking at this amendment, the most logical way to read it is, you have a situation where you really can't tell. It's hard to know. And someone has to make the call as to which slate of electors is appropriate. Then in that scenario, he would be the final arbiter, much like the Chief Justice would have certain roles. So too, in that scenario, it's not the Chief Justice's role, it's the Vice President's role. To me, I think that's the soundest way to interpret the intent of it, because they can't just pick up the phone and call South Carolina and call the governor and say, what did you mean? Right. In 1804. So they need to sort of look at these documents, which are both purporting to be genuine, and then say to themselves, and now someone has to be determining the determining vote as to which slate is legitimate. We need to know the answer right here, right now on January 6th. Well, we're going to basically leave that call up to the vice president. And if he's unsure, well, in that case, we have a whole other process, which we will kick around if he's and send it back to the state representatives to figure out, each state to vote. I mean, but you see what I'm saying? Like, does that is that a logical read as far as given 1804 dynamics as to what their intent was and why they would give him the job?
I don't agree, because I think that if there was, I understand what you're saying about, communication, travel, and all that stuff is definitely true. I would think, depending on how I've seen other laws written and the Constitution written and other amendments written, that if that was the intention, it would be a lot more specific and very clear in saying, if there is some question about multiple slates and which ones are valid or should be counted, the vice president or the president of the Senate has the authority to do that. I feel like it would just spell that out if that was a power that they intended to give the vice president.
Well, that's a fair critique of my assessment. That's a fair critique. I still think I'm right, but I can understand your position. What I'm saying is I can respect that as being a legitimate argument.
Right.
That in contrast, that you're just saying that in your opinion it would be better fleshed out.
They would just say it. Yeah. It
right. So I think what's happening here is you and I are each seeing a flaw with the way that this amendment is drafted. You're seeing a flaw that it should be more fleshed out if my reading is correct. I'm seeing a flaw that I don't know why they would specifically designate him if he has no greater function than some other senators sitting in the room.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm curious because I don't know if that question has been, to go back.
And I don't think any of this has been answered. That's the whole thing. We've been sitting here living in the dark with operating on a handshake without anything clearly spelled out. And you guys wonder why lawyers make so much money and are so wordy in their draftmanship. It's for this.
I don't know. Has anyone ever, no one's ever tried this, right? Before.
Right.
So, I guess that's why it's been like no one has answered the question, because no one, I guess, thought of it or thought to even try to do this.
Thought to try doing this thing.
But no, I don't remember. I don't know if I missed it, because I said, do you think that if we agree that the vice president has this power, do you think it should have to be an official certified slate from the state that he's choosing between or not?
I think he should be making a good faith assessment. That and if something is missing, is facially deficient the way each of these slates of electors were, I think that is something that should be that should be considered. There's also the issue, here's the other issue which we haven't really discussed.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I understand
what I'm saying is, I've been arguing and saying there's no way this could possibly these purported electors did could possibly be deemed fraud.
Right.
And I've been pounding this drum against Destiny and against Pisco. There's no way this could possibly be fraud, because it's missing elements of fraud. And when you're missing elements of a crime, by definition, it cannot be that crime. So I think that a lot of people are using the term fraud because that's an electric word.
Right.
It's an electric word, and and the word fraud is used colloquially in ways that it would never be used in law. And so they're trying to say, well, you're defrauding the whole process, or you're defrauding. Oh, that's a colloquial way of using the term fraud. But when we're talking about a crime of someone committing a fraud, there are elements. And if you're missing those elements, the analogy I gave is it's like missing hydrogen in water. It's like there are certain elements that make it. You need 2H and 1O in order to have water. Otherwise, it's not water. It's just something different. It's just oxygen if you take out the hydrogen. So if you take out the detrimental reliance, if you take out the effort to trick people, which is certainly was no effort here to trick anyone. By definition, that element makes it something different, and that's legally cannot be fraud. It might be a different crime. Arguably, it could be a different crime. We saw how Trump is facing, potential crimes for the way he writes. If you write down something that's false, then in New York, he's facing prosecution for purportedly doing precisely that. Just writing down something that's a lie in your records. Then the state of New York, they want to say he's committed a crime for doing that. Mm-hmm. So there could be that there's a crime that's committed if you write down that I was chosen as elector. I don't know, maybe in Georgia they have that law, or Michigan, or one of these other states. But as far as it being deemed fraud in the legal sense, that's basically water without hydrogen. It cannot. If you think about what tax fraud is, think about mail fraud, wire fraud, insurance fraud. Every fraud you ever heard of in a criminal sense. In a civil sense, you need detrimental reliance. In a criminal sense, you need the effort to deceive someone. In a tax fraud, I'm trying to trick the government. In a wire fraud, I'm trying to trick you into sending money, or trick the bank into accepting something. In a mail fraud, every type of fraud, insurance fraud, every type of criminal fraud, there's an effort, a scheme that's put into place to trick people about what's happening here. And over here, with these electors, there was no signature from a governor. It's not like they forged a signature from the governor. There's no signature from the Secretary of State. There's no seal from the state stamped on it. This is something that every valid slate of electors had. So they would stick out as something that's very different. There was no effort to try and trick Congress or Pence into believing that, yeah, we really were chosen. In fact, all of these were nationally reported that, hey, there's an alternate slate of electors that's not approved. So there was no effort to trick people. And because it's lacking that's why I'm saying it cannot possibly be deemed legally.
Yeah, no. And I mean, I understand the argument. I guess my question would be like, if theoretically, theoretically before this happened, the Supreme Court had already ruled on this, and they said, yes, the vice president has the authority to do this, but only if it's an official slate of electors sent by the state. If that's the case, does that change the fraud element of it, or is it just a different crime at that point?
It still would not change it as long as they're being open that, the government, if they're not trying to trick Pence, it could, like I said, it could be, it's a different crime.
Pence, though? What if it's like Pence knows that it is that they're not real, even though they say on the little piece of paper that they are real. Pence knows.
So in other words, they're basically providing a pretext.
He still uses it, right?
You're saying if they were providing a pretext for him to work with, to use their stuff, like I said, that could be a crime. Right. But since there's lacking the effort, the attempt to trick anyone, it's like, we're providing you a pretext. You need a pretext, we're providing you that pretext. Right. That wouldn't be fraud. It could be a different crime. Else, it could be, yeah, right. But it certainly would not be fraud. That was that was the point that I made.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. That does make sense. I think sometimes in these conversations, because I think, people are using the word fraud colloquially, and so sometimes we get hung up on this kind of how people are using a word and what the actual legal definition is when they're trying to find something. They feel like, okay, this feels like this is illegal.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. It feels really corrupt. Illegal. This feels gross, and this can't be legal. That's basically what it is. It must be fraud. That's basically what it is. Yes. Yeah, that's almost certainly what's happening with a lot of people.
Okay. So the other thing that was kind of interesting is one of the things they're talking about is that two of the charges in Georgia against Trump or Trump's team in regards to this, they don't require fraudulent intent. They're just purely on the grounds of, it's kind of like you're saying in New York, that they created some kind of false document and then attempted to file the false document. And, Nick the other night was saying that he was making an argument that he thought that freedom of speech should basically supersede that state law. And I think you said that you disagreed with that and had a different take on that.
Yeah, I don't really love the concept that freedom of speech means I have a right. If there's unless you're arguing that the entire statute itself is unconstitutional, which is what I guess he's implicitly saying, that I'm free to write down, if I write down a lie, okay? And then the example I gave on my show is I was like, it's not fraud if I say to you, I'm Donald Trump, I'm being persecuted by Jack Smith, you need to send me $100 super chat so I can fight him. Is that fraud? And that clearly cannot be fraud because there's no effort to deceive. Now, could that fall under being some different crime under a statute? then the question becomes, which Nick is basically raising, is how can you pass a law like that? The law is saying that I'm not allowed to lie, which is essentially what it is, that I'm not allowed to lie. Is such a law constitutional, or does the Constitution, freedom of speech, give me the ability not just to lie verbally, but to write down a lie? And and I guess you could say that you might have the right to write down a lie, but you don't have the right to file it.
Right.
Which New York statute, which is they're using to charge Trump, seems to imply you can't even write down a lie. Now, you might say that books and records, I guess New York would probably say that books and records must be kept accurately in order to prevent something from being twisted and used corruptly. And that would be their basis, saying that we have a need to stop people from maintaining crooked books. But, and I don't know if New York statute has ever been challenged. I think it's an interesting question. You certainly not, even though we have freedom of speech, that doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. There's no freedom for me to conspire to commit a crime with you, even if I just use speech, right? Or speech itself would be criminal.
Defame someone.
Well, defame you have a right to do. You have a right to defame someone legally. You just are facing civil penalties.
Oh, okay, I get you're right. Yeah, sure.
So
with this, the false statements in Georgia, it's not just any false statement. I think it has to be a false statement in regards to like the government or something.
Your mic is significantly lower than Joe's. I don't know what happened, but
well, that's good, because people tend to think whoever speaks loudest wins the argument.
I'll unplug it and plug it in.
Maybe Joe, turn your mic down or something.
Oh, that's very possible. I had to raise my mic earlier. I can try to lower my mic. Let me see if I have my settings here. I'm not trying to bully him through.
Is this any different?
No,
is it exactly the same?
Like you're whispering.
What? I didn't change it from last night at all. I don't understand what's going on.
I don't know how. See, the thing is, I don't think that I raised my mic. I can turn my mic a little bit away from me if that makes it better.
I can try to turn my mic up.
Oh, there's an up.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better.
Much louder. That's
okay.
much louder.
I don't know. It's weird. Then I changed no settings from yesterday, but anyway.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they change randomly on the computer. I don't know why, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it should be. You're hearing me through Zoom though, so unless Zoom changed settings. Anyway.
Sounds good now. Look.
Okay.
Much
no,
better.
what I was going to say is, yeah, so I think the false statement charge in Georgia, it has something to do, it says, it's not just writing false statements, a false statement in any matter within the jurisdiction of any department or state government or government of any country or any political subdivision of the state. I don't know what that means.
I mean, to the extent they're trying to hold Trump culpable for that.
Right. So
the question is, what did Trump do to exert upon that slave electors to actually do what they did?
Well, I assume they're claiming that Trump, they sent out Rudy and these other people to go tell these electors to go do this action. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they hit him with the RICO charge.
Which is hilarious.
To tie them all together, right?
It's hilarious. It's hilarious in the sense that I was actually reading a motion yesterday that was filed by one of Trump's co-defendants, Guy Roman, where in that motion they're saying that based on the way that Fani Willis was ignoring the law in the appointment of her special prosecutor Nathan Wade, with whom they assert she has a personal relationship, and that she never followed procedure to get approval from Georgian state government to have that expenditure, that she was in violation of the law, and that she could be, and based on every payment would be another violation of the law, and that she could be hit. And not only is the case have to be dismissed, but arguing that she should be hit with RICO charges that are no different, because what she's doing was basically was subverting the government, in that she was taking money from the government for her boyfriend, who's then taking her on Norwegian and Royal Caribbean cruises. And I thought it was hilarious that they basically sort of spun back. It's like, you're hitting us with RICO, I'll hit you with RICO, you should be hit with RICO. So I thought that the way that they have their RICO charges, which it sounds like such an abuse of like process that like anyone. It sounds like anyone can get hit with a RICO charge, and the point to RICO is to really stop the most nefarious amongst us, not try to not try to figure out how we can throw anyone in jail. So
right,
which is
yeah.
how
I mean,
it feels like it's being used.
I'm not super familiar with the entire RICO process, but
Mm-hmm.
with this specific charge, I mean, I don't even know if RICO would be necessary if they have evidence that Donald Trump is directing someone to go tell the electors to do the false, statement or the false writing charge, right?
Right.
Because I mean, it's very clear. It's a very clear-cut chain.
Yeah, I mean, Dershowitz said that he would teach his law students that if you want to get a conviction, charge them with RICO, because the advantage to charging someone with RICO is that it provides a pretext for the district attorney to all of a sudden just start incorporating things that are part of the story behind the crime that are completely unrelated to the actual elements of the crime, to help flesh out and portray the defendant as a nefarious person in ways that in a normal charge would be completely inadmissible. So it gives the district attorney a wide range of latitude to all of a sudden just start introducing that, this action of this guy signing on a document is somehow related to a tweet about that was sent by Trump talking about Michigan, that in the summer of 2020, that somehow leads to this whole crime of someone signing off on a slate of electors in Georgia in December of 2020. It's like, how is that relevant? Like, how? But under RICO, you can basically tell any story that you want, and district attorneys frequently will. So. But yeah, so you're saying, I think your question to me, though, circling back to that, is you were asking me, like, is there much of a defense that he has short of, it's not tied to me, but
yeah, what is the defense against like these false writings charges?
I need to look at the statutes. I'm certainly not familiar with
Right.
I'm not even a criminal defense attorney. I've never been a prosecutor, and I
mean, I'm not a lawyer. It hasn't stopped me, right?
And I've never been in Georgia. If you tell me what statute it is, I can look at it and tell you what I see off the top of my head.
I could just send you a link to it if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, does it sound? It doesn't sound meaty, and then we can ask a question as to if it's really that. Like at what point, and we could talk about presidential immunity also, which is really
sure. But that could be just a blanket defense to everything, right?
Well, but I'm saying is, well, it wouldn't be to everything, but it'd be to anything that's within the ambit of his presidential functions. So, and you could start parsing out what the president's functions are, which is something that came up in the appellate court today, which I was live streaming this morning, that there was oral arguments presented before the DC Circuit Court about whether or not presidential immunity bars prosecution in the Washington federal charges. And I'll tell you right now, I'll be shocked, given the nature of the questions that were being asked. I would be shocked if Trump wins at this level. Like I'm fairly certain the decision is going to be against him on the presidential immunity. Just looking at how they were aggressively attacking his attorneys while lobbing up softballs to the United States, with to the United States, it's to Trump. It was like basically like, well, according to you, he could hire SEAL Team 6 to go into Congress and shoot up the whole place, which is like, that's not really true. But but to the United States, it was like, well, counselor, would you agree with our take that it's like, and she basically was like repeating exactly what he wrote in his brief,
right?
And it's like, yes, Your Honor, I would agree with that.
I do agree with the thing that I wrote that you read to me.
That you're reading back to me right now. Yeah.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, okay, I got a feeling I know where this judge is going. And he got that from at least 2 of the 3 judges. So I would be very surprised.
This is for the January 6th federal charges, right?
Correct. Yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
Do you think well, so us presumably it's going to go to the Supreme Court. What do you think the Supreme Court's going to rule on that, if you had to guess?
I think they're going to give him the immunity.
You think they're going to give him the immunity?
Yeah, I think they'll give him. I would expect that they're going to have a wide reading of it. There's a lot of moral reasons why we need a president to have presidential immunity, and it's the same. And it's the same thing that keeps us from charging Obama with murder for that drone strike. It's the same reason that I don't want to see, even though I think Obama was perhaps one of the most vile human beings in the history of this planet.
Wow.
I think he's destroyed. His influence did so much to damage this country in ways that currently seem irreparable. I think most of the division that we see in this country right now, most of the country we see in this country today is traceable directly to Barack Obama. And the way that he's basically implanted in the minds of his base that the other side, they don't just disagree with you politically, but they're actually evil. And he did it very subtly and with a lot of nuance, and that's why I think he's a terrible human. I think most of the division and hatred we see stems from there. I didn't want to go, but even despite that, and despite the fact that I think he weaponized the IRS to go after his political opponents, he was killing he's responsible for the drone strikes.
You still think he should get protection, immunity?
I still think
that
he definitely must have presidential immunity. Must have it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because if he doesn't have it,
and
the fear that was being expressed by these appellate court judges today of like, well, he could do this or he could do that. The answer is this. It's very simple. There's a conditioned precedent to a presidential immunity being stripped away, and that is convict him in the Senate. If he sent in a SEAL Team 6 there, I guarantee you there would be a conviction in the Senate. There would be. I mean, if someone is doing something,
what if they all died though, Joe? Their
replacements would do it. I mean,
they'd be afraid they're going to get assassinated. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is, I think that's such a hokey concern to have. That it's like maybe like he'll just keep killing any judge who rules against him. That should be a concern we have. Seems like, you know, Quentin Tarantino type of far-fetchedness, and I love Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is a far-fetched scenario, but I guess the argument is, but the logic still has to make sense, right?
Yeah, but the logic is okay. So what has been working? Because the reason that the president was granted this presidential immunity was because they had a terrible, terrible fear about political persecution through lawfare. They were terribly afraid that any president, they understood that there's strong political divides and that one side of the aisle hates the other side of the aisle, and that they would do whatever they can to assert power. They understood the nature of men. I think that there was such brilliance in the way that they conceived of this. So they're like, look, we don't want a president to face retribution in the form of criminal prosecution or persecution, and that's why, because he has to be free to actually be a leader when he's sitting in the White House. And if he knows that 10 seconds after the next guy is sworn in that he's going to be arrested and potentially hanged, which that's something, you know, hangings were kind of a relatively commonplace thing back in the late 18th, early 19th century. That's something that no person could possibly fill the office, because they know that their political enemies will be like, all right, look, your term's going to expire and we'll kill you. So
yeah, right. No, and I understand the importance of that, because so many dictatorships in this world exist because the dictator knows that the second they leave office, they're going to get arrested by whoever replaces them.
So a bullet in the back of the head, right?
Right. And I, you know, me and Adam talked about this in regards to a lot of, you know, charges against Trump, charges against Hillary, charges against Obama, and these people. Is that so you have to be, I agree, you have to be very, very careful and kind of like going down that road, because you don't want to incentivize anyone to stay in the power, to start to sort of back and forth. But my understanding regarding the immunity is that it's, and I assume, I don't know what your position on it is, but that the immunity has to be in relation to some kind of presidential duty. It's not a blanket immunity to any action while they're president.
I concur. Okay. But the question
so that's kind of the debate, is like, where's the line between a personal action and a presidential action?
No, that's not what the debate was today. I mean, the debate was whether it attaches, even if he's doing something, a presidential duty, whether it automatically attaches or whether it somehow disappears the moment he leaves office, which is what the United States was arguing today.
Yeah, well, that's interesting.
They were arguing today that the moment he leaves office, that presidential immunity vanishes, which is absurd. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make
I don't agree with that argument. That doesn't make sense to me at all.
Yeah. So because the same fear you would have while he's in office, he would have for what happens 10 minutes after he leaves office. I mean, and I agree with you that where you draw that line is important. And for your audience's sake, and I'm sure you probably are aware of this, there's certain duties that the president is charged to fulfill under the Constitution. And then there's other functions that he carries out, which are sort of in the ambit of like, this is what the president is supposed to do, but not that he is the lead guy. He is the final say in foreign affairs, right? He's the commander in chief. These are roles that he has a duty to fulfill. Well, he also is supposed to faithfully carry out his office to make sure the Constitution is upheld. What is that? That's such a broad thing. Like, what does that mean? And is maintaining elections in a state which are part of the federal election process, where there's this crossover that the state is conducting election, and then at some moment it's transferring into being part of the national electorate when the electoral college is happening on January 6th. Is that part of his duties? Well, he's supposed to make sure the Constitution is being properly upheld. So you can see where it sort of falls into that umbrella. It falls into that penumbra, and I'm only using that term penumbra because I want to be the second person in the world to use it after the author of Roe v. Wade.
There you go.
So, but yeah, it's that you can see where it definitely falls within that penumbra, more so than, let's say, if some president kills his hooker. You would say that's got nothing to do with being presidential. That's a completely personal matter, and it's got nothing to do with his office duties or functions. And that's something that he could and should be charged with, even if he's not impeached. You would think he likely may not be impeached for something like that. And I still think that he should be criminally charged for that, because that's got nothing to do with, we want him to be free to be president, as great a president as he potentially.
You're talking about killing a hooker.
Yeah, I'm talking about the killing a hooker type of thing.
Yeah, right? But they could see. Yeah, but the thing is, like, obviously this would have to be for the courts to make a decision, because the president would argue, or whoever this hypothetical president is, or ex-president, they would argue that, oh well, if it got out that I was sleeping with this prostitute, it would have caused such a political backlash that would have interfered with my ability to properly be president.
Yeah, you see
blah 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 blah.
I think we're mature enough to recognize, if we try standing objectively, and I understand that realistically half the country would take the president's side and half would be against.
Exactly.
And it doesn't matter, and it really does not matter. Right. Whether he's Republican or Democrat, that's the way it would fall out, right? It would be half for and half against.
Right.
But I at a certain point, you sort of have to say, where is it that you're this is not explainable as something that has any way of helping the country rather than helping you individually as a president.
Yeah, right. But I think that's kind of the difficulty with this. Like, I don't know exactly how the Supreme Court is going to rule. I wouldn't be surprised if they give a kind of mixed ruling about saying, like, well, maybe certain things Trump did, he's protected, and certain things he did that were not protected. Because I can hear a decent argument in terms of like looking into voter fraud and things of that nature. They could say, well, that's definitely within the purview of Trump's, presidential authority or power or duty to do. But I think when you start to do the trying to get Pence to change the vote and create the electors and all that stuff, I think that goes beyond any sort of like presidential duty at that point, in my opinion.
So, and that's not an unreasonable place to draw the line. One of the things that came up in oral arguments today, which was an interesting point and a concession that was made by Trump's attorney, was, the most moderate of the judges, who's an 80-year-old woman who was appointed by George Herbert Walker Bush to the appellate court. Like that, she's been there for literally 40 years. So they asked her, I guess technically it'd be 30. It's 35 years or so. But so she asked, if we were to agree with you that there is immunity for things within the ambit of his presidential duties, whether we draw that line, and she was talking about ministerial versus discretionary, and ministerial, it seemed like she was defining as functions that he must do versus discretionary things that he could do, or whether it's personal interest versus, she's like, wherever we would draw that line, would you agree with us that once we draw that line, because there's 100 different charges, 100 different purported acts that he took, that we should remand this case to the district court level for them to parse through the indictment charges and basically figure out which ones of these, which of those charges are, of those things that actions he took, are for the public interest versus those that are for the private interest. And I guess, and he agreed, he's like, that would make sense. That would be completely consistent with what we're asking for. And that's probably what the court should do, which was it was a somewhat astonishing type of admission, but I think it was a healthy admission for him to make, because it shows that he's like, I'm not being unreasonable in saying you must dismiss because my client is Trump and I like Trump, and but I'm saying, like, this is how we should understand the Constitution in a sense, in a way that is actually logical, and apply it fairly. And I guess what they would do if he does win, he's not going to win at this level. There might be an en banc type of, which will be the entire DC Circuit Court instead of the three judge panel. That might come up, or there may be a, they might forego en banc and go to and apply for a writ of certiorari to the Supreme Court. But assuming he gets it at any level, what I assume they would do is that they would remand it. And then they would basically say, okay, let's go item by item here of things that he purportedly did, and say, even if he did this, that's for the public, that's public interest, immunity attached to this, immunity attached to that. This is less about public. This is more about his own personal interest, like the speech at the ellipse. That's almost certainly something that's more of a private interest, right? That's not urging the public to go march even peacefully and patriotically. That's, what are you marching for? You're marching. It doesn't seem like that's maintaining a fair election at that point, right? That's a matter of. So that seems like something that likely would be something that they could keep on the ledger of things if, in fact, there was anything illegal there, rather than Brandenburg saying, "What the hell's wrong with you?" But that it technically could be deemed a private thing, and then take that aggregate of things that don't have presidential immunity, and then there should be an assessment is looking at these. If the government were to succeed in showing these allegations, what crimes, if any, are there here? And if there are no crimes, then the case would be dismissed. And if there are still crimes, then he would, I guess, presumably proceed to trial on those potential crimes.
Well, and I think it'd be further complicated because, like, on one hand, I could definitely see the Supreme Court or any body saying Trump has immunity for asking people to investigate charges, because that's just, the duty of the president to, see that elections are done fairly, freely, blah, 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 blah. But then he's being accused of lying to these individuals about information. And so is the fact that the accusation is that he lied in trying to get these people to investigate things, does that kind of change the entire calculation about his immunity?
It's an interesting question. You're saying that, does that change it from being public interest into being a private interest?
Right.
That's something it's an interesting question that I hadn't considered. I want to think,
because then what the argument would be is like, well, because the defense is, well, he's using the public interest because he's defending, he's trying to make sure the elections are free and fair. And then if the state who's bringing charges says, well, yeah, but he lied about them, so it's obviously in his private interest to do so for his reelection, then it's like, well, then is he suddenly, that just really muddies the question.
No, and you're making a fair point. And what I would say to you is the reason to side with what your position on this is precisely what you just said. It gives the appearance of this is purely about looking out for himself and not caring about truth and what's just and whatever. That's purely about that. The argument that some Trump attorney would likely make is presidents in their official capacity frequently lie, and that's part of the way they're carrying out their mission in order to motivate people to do what they're going to do. They might lie and say, hey, this pandemic is not going to be that bad, even if they think it's going to be worse, because they don't want to start a panic. And that's part of his function, that we're not expecting him to always tell the truth, because he's that perhaps that could be part of his function. Now then, perhaps once he's telling a lie, that would be something for a finder of fact to determine whether that lie is in the purpose of his personal interest, or does that or was
Right.
that public interest?
But then it would
right?
go, yeah, but then they wouldn't give him immunity. It would have to go for a
Perhaps,
jury to
yeah,
make that determination.
perhaps
Yeah.
that would be.
Right.
That's a really interesting question that I hadn't considered.
Well, and
Mhm.
like what you're saying makes sense in terms of like the defense, and I guess that would have to be the defense to some extent.
Right.
But if we can imagine if that defense is made it's the Supreme Court, like the media is going to run wild, being like, oh, yeah, Trump's lawyer says he gets to lie about the election. Like this is going to be like the publicity
the
that
optics
generates is
are
going to be really bad. Yeah,
I mean,
insane.
and also it depends on the nature of the lie. Also,
of
I mean,
course, right.
I mean, let's call a spade a spade. I mean, there's certain things, you know, when Giuliani was going around and he's going into Georgia and he's like, there was 6,327 dead people who voted.
Right.
Like as soon as I saw that, I was like, how did you get that number? You're not saying
very
there's
specific
over 6
number.
that. Yes, it's a very, very specific number.
Right.
There weren't 6,328. No. And there were not only 6,320. It was 6,000. It's like, how do you go through it that fast to come up with that number? To me, that I was like, there must be. Why would you give such a definite number unless there's some way that they know the information? That's it. It sort of lends an air of credibility to it when you give such a specific number. And I was like, I can't believe they would just simply make a number up in order to create credibility. Perhaps he did. Perhaps he did. I don't know. I mean, and I'll tell you this much. I mean, as much as I have very big concerns about the fact that they seem to be targeting any attorney who ever sat in a room with Trump without grilling him and trying and putting his thumb in screws, you know, but anyone who was on his side, they seem to be like basically trying to castigate that person and strip them of their law license. I think that's a terrifying thing. It's designed to intimidate attorneys into refusing to represent him and to basically try and leave people without effective counsel. And that's something that should be disconcerting. That should be disconcerting to everyone. At the same time, what the heck Giuliani was doing there? If you had such a number, you need to know what your source is, and you should maintain that source. And even if that source is later disproven as being fallacious or mistaken or erroneous, you got to have your source. I mean, come on. I mean, you can't come back a year later and say, I don't remember how I came up with that number. That's I mean, he shouldn't have. I don't think he should have been put on the spit, but he should have been prepared for someone to try to put him on the spit. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And his failure to maintain those records, assuming they ever exist and that it was not completely manufactured. If he was completely manufacturing it, that's
a big problem.
Gross. Yeah.
Yeah. What was the claims that he acknowledged that he lied about, but said it was his free speech right to do so? Because I didn't follow that very closely.
Are you talking about Ruby Freeman?
No, Rudy Giuliani. Didn't he acknowledge?
He got sued by Ruby Freeman for the things he said.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's the ladies at
Georgia,
the boxes. Yeah. I thought I'd heard. No, I didn't check this. I'd heard that he acknowledged that he lied about some of these claims.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that. What I did see is that when the New York State Bar was coming after him, that I reviewed his answers, and I was like, "This is a piss poor job." I was like, it's terrible that they're coming after him. It's wrong, but this is just a piss poor job of responding to them.
Well, is it wrong if they go after him and then they find out that he did do all this bad stuff, or he was just making shit up?
What do you mean?
Like, I understand you're saying like you shouldn't just go after him for political reasons, but if they go after him and they find out, well, he did do all this negligent behavior, right? Does that validate them going after him in the first place?
I don't think so. Because the question is, why are you starting this hunt? Would you be starting this hunt against someone from Perkins Coie who is representing Obama or Hillary on something? And the answer is almost certainly no.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't seem like a healthy republic. That seems really unhealthy. So yeah, that's very disconcerting. So the fact that he ends up, you know, doing a piss poor job. And I think that some of the things that he wrote, I was like, I don't even like the way he worded this. He almost certainly could have worded this. I would have worded it differently and, you know, and expressed why it is that, you know, Look, it's 2 years ago when I was reviewing that, so I can't tell you
Mhm.
specifically this question or whatever. I just remember thinking to myself, man, this is the type of response that someone submits when they're saying, I don't give a damn about my law license. Because I was like, this is just not the way you respond to something like this. It was that poorly done. And it's disappointing because he was so effective as an attorney in his heyday before he became mayor. Like he knows how to be a good attorney. He was easily the best mayor of New York of my lifetime. It's not even close. He took a city that was reeling and just turned it around completely into like a flourishing palace, like you would hear Al Pacino describe in one of his movies.
Listen, he's like George Lucas, okay? He makes Star Wars, and everyone goes, this is amazing. And then, and it's time for the sequel, you realize maybe it wasn't him, maybe it was his underlings who were really the smart people involved.
Eric Bratton, who was his police chief, would say that. So
Right.
yeah. But
regarding the disciplinary thing, I mean, I agree that like if the bar makes a determination on their own to go after him, that seems wrong. I'd feel more comfortable if it was like, Ruby Freeman or somebody else, Dominion, whoever, they sue him. And then through the course of that lawsuit, a bunch of like stuff comes out that shows he did something wrong. And then the bar says, oh, well, because this came out, maybe we'll look into this, right?
It's almost like, to me, it's fruit of the poisonous tree. You know what I'm saying? Like you shouldn't have been there in the first place. Why? You shouldn't have been sticking your nose around there in the first place.
No. I'm saying like if someone that was claiming to be wronged by Giuliani personally, like Ruby Freeman, they sue him, and through the course of that lawsuit, something comes out. And then the bar says, oh, we have to take action because this came out in this court case.
And that would not be fruit of the poisonous tree.
Right. Yeah, that would make more sense to me.
Yeah. And by the way, it's not just Giuliani, but we saw this, we saw how they drilled his attorneys trying to get them to turn on him and breach attorney-client privilege. We saw what they did with John Eastman. They stripped him of his license. I mean, one attorney after another. It's almost like, by putting your name down that you're counsel for Trump, it's like you're basically putting your head on a chopping block. So I mean, how does any of us question whether sometime in the next 5 years, Alina Habba is going to be fighting to maintain her license? Because to me, it's crystal clear she almost certainly will be. So
I agree that like there's obviously a political bias here related to Trump. I agree with that completely. I don't think it's just that they're lawyers for Trump. I think like John Eastman, being involved in the elector scheme the way he was is like that's the inciting thing that gets them on their radar. I don't think it's just the fact that they're Trump's lawyers.
Perhaps that's true. That's a fair counter. I mean, nothing seemed to happen to his defense counsel from the impeachment trials, so that's a fair counter. I'll tell you this. I think when you were talking with Nick last night, so you were talking about Eastman purportedly saying that he knew that
they were going to lose, or he agreed he thought they were going to lose.
That the Supreme Court would rule against them on this issue, and whether or not that now makes Trump worse for trying to go forward with it. And to my mind, I would issue a resounding no on that.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that is A, you never know what's going to happen when you go before a court. B, as I started this conversation, you don't know the Supreme Court's ever going to look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you assert the authority, if Pence would assert the authority and say, this is how I understand it, and then this goes up to the courts, and that you don't know that a court is actually that this is gonna go anywhere. They might try to appeal to the Supreme Court immediately. The Supreme Court will be like with Texas v. Pennsylvania. They'll be like, go fly a kite. We're not interested.
Sure, but I mean, listen, I'm assuming I don't. What? Right, I would predict with pretty strong certainty the Supreme Court would take that case if that
really. I was shocked. I'm going to tell you this: the first video I made, which is what got me on Nick's radar, was about their rejection of Texas v. Pennsylvania, and I basically was explaining in that video. It's like a 13-minute video where I was railing against the Supreme Court's cowardice, and the reason that I was so outraged by it is I basically pointed out that there's 3 scenarios which any one of them exists. They're supposed to take the case up. And it's rare to have 2 of them exist. And it's almost unheard of to have 3. And they had all 3 here. Those 3 scenarios are something of national significance, right? Like it's like something that's undecided, that people don't know. Something that there's a circuit split, a court split, which is this was something of national significance. The kind of state look at another state failure to abide by their own laws as now making the electors they're submitting illegitimate. That's a really interesting legal question, which has national importance. So for that alone, they should have looked at it. There's the second factor is if there's a split amongst the circuits as to like that some are saying that the law is A and the others are saying the law is not A, the opposite of A, that the Supreme Court's supposed to step in and say it is A or it's not A, but pick one. And then and we had that here where you had 23 attorney generals versus 25 attorney generals. So clearly the states were in disagreement as far as understanding how the Constitution operates. So for that alone, they could have done it. And the third factor is that the Constitution expressly says that they shall hear a case when it's being brought by one state against another. That's the same way it says they shall be paid. In the next right. section, it says they shall hear these cases, as in they must. And you had all three of these factors here, and they still said, no, sir, we're not taking this. That was astonishing to me. I was like, what is your function? What is your purpose? Are you just dignitaries? Are you like kings and queens sitting there with your crowns and just deciding to do whatever the hell you want to do when ignoring I was so outraged over that.
Yeah.
So my point is, you're saying that they would pick it up. I'll tell you right now, it would take great balls to pick it up. And frankly, I don't believe that this court has much. And I think that very few courts have much in the way of balls, because they basically would be saying we're deciding who wins the election. And no court ever wants to do that. No court ever wants to do that because they basically know that you're going to get 100 million Americans furious with you.
Right. I mean, obviously that happened in, 2000. With Gore, though this this is a different court, even though there's some of the same people. I think with the Texas case, and I remember saying this at the time, even though I did not think that it made sense that Texas would have like a strong case there, I did think it was ridiculous that the Supreme Court did not hear the case, or at least give a much more, extensive ruling on why they weren't hearing the case. I thought that kind of like little paragraph they sent out was just I agree with you. It was cowardly. It was just kind of this weird slap in the face to the questions that would rise. So I get that, but I don't know. I mean, but again, it's so hard for me.
Why do you think that Texas should lose on that issue? Like philosophically, why do you think that?
Because
that they were wrong?
If the argument is that the state legislatures can do whatever they want, how does one state tell the other state how to run their elections?
Oh, so the answer to that is what Texas, what Ken Paxton, I thought articulated fairly well in his brief was. Yeah, every state is free to write their own election laws. That's their plenary power. But once you've written that law, you have to follow that law. You can't just leave it to some judge to say, well, we're just tossing that in the garbage, or find some new way to circumvent it. So if you say we're not going to have mail-in ballots, or mail-in ballots have to be received by date X, and some judge decides, you know what, we're going to give it an extra 5 days. That's not what the law is. You can't just rewrite what the law is because you're in the mood to rewrite it. And at that juncture, it has to be passed through the assembly. It has to be passed, and then it would become a law. If they had actually gone through the process in their own state legislatures to rewrite the law, that would be fine. But they didn't do that. They just basically said, we're just going to do it this way and ignore our own laws. And that's why Ken Paxton said that the people that they were sending as electors did not have legitimacy under the laws of the state of Pennsylvania or the laws of the state of Georgia. Right. So now it's basically they're walking into a booth and voting against our electors when they don't have a right to be in there under their own state laws. That was really what the point was. And I think that that's a fair, and that's why they were citing Bush v. Gore, where Bush v. Gore said if someone illegally votes in Tallahassee, that's affecting someone in Miami if they're countering their vote and they don't.
Right, but at least so in the Bush v. Gore, the argument made more sense, or was, I guess, easier to rule on because it was a state, it was people in the state, rights being violated by other peoples in the state. It wasn't a state via state dispute, which I think would change the question if we're talking about the authority how much authority the states have regarding their elections. Because like with the situation that you're talking about, my understanding was that in Pennsylvania they essentially had this question about the law. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court made a ruling on the law and basically dictated what it was. And then after that, the state legislature signed off on the slate of electors, which would be seen as therefore them okaying the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's ruling on the interpretation of the law.
Oh, so you're saying that they're manifestly endorsed the state assembly, the state legislature is manifestly endorsing the decision by a judge.
That would be, I assume that was the argument given, right?
That's an interesting argument.
It would be the same logic as why the state legislature has to follow anything, right? Because the argument would be, so the state legislature writes in its constitution, how the election is supposed to be, go, right? But it also writes in its constitution how if there's some sort of question about the law, that the courts, make a determination about that.
And wouldn't it be really helpful if the Supreme Court actually wrote what you just said?
I agree. It would have
been. That way,
in
in the next election, we would know. Okay, that's what did it. Right. That's what does it.
It would have been nice.
Yeah. Now it's like Sitch says that's what happens, and that's all. Well,
put me on Supreme Court, Biden. I'm ready.
But we don't. I mean, that's nice. It's an interesting theory, and it could be as true. I mean, I'll tell you this much. To me, it makes a lot of sense when you're analogizing a voter in Miami to a voter in Tallahassee, ultimately coming into the total vote that's happening in the state of Florida. Mm-hmm. It's a fair analogy to say an elector from Texas, an elector from Pennsylvania are going to one voting booth in the national election that's happening in front of Congress. So it's the analogy works fairly well in Ken Paxton's favor. Now, you want to tell me that the reason that this elector is legitimized is because of the steps that happen subsequent to the court rule. Okay, maybe. I mean, maybe it seems a little strange to me that you could change your law after the election happens, which is essentially what you're saying is okay.
Right.
But if that's a theory that the Supreme Court wants to endorse, okay. We just have they didn't endorse anything. They just said we're too cowardly to look at this. It's just
right. Well, my understanding was, I don't remember. It's been a while since I went over Bush v. Gore. My understanding was that the argument was that if they counted votes, undervotes, overvotes, whatever the fuck they were, if they counted the votes or recounted the votes differently in Tallahassee versus Miami, that would violate the civil rights of whoever, in Miami if they did it in Tallahassee, right? Because they all have to be counted within the state the same way. So I like the argument about
counted within the electorate in the same way, in that they're complying with their own state law.
Yeah, but see, but that's the problem, is that like what you're saying intuitively makes sense, but if the courts say that the states have this authority over their own processes, then they don't. It doesn't really matter at that point.
But they have to exert that authority by actually passing a law. That's the point.
No, right. But then you get into the whole thing of like, well, their constitution grants the power of the courts to do X, Y, Z, and then they sign off on it. So presumably they're signing off on the court's decision, blah, 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 blah.
It seems like a weird thing that's a question of the Constitution, whether they can cede that power over to the judiciary. Can they pass that power over to a judiciary? That's an interesting brand new constitutional question I never considered.
Well, no, would it be? Because it'd just be that the state gives the legislature, the legislature gives the judiciary in its state the ability to rule on these matters, right? These disputes. I mean, that's
So the question is, can they pass that? Is that an unconstitutional thing, considering that the state? It seems like the state legislatures are supposed to be deciding these things. But you know what? It's a really interesting question. It's really
well, yeah, and I agree with you. It would have been nice for the Supreme Court to flesh any.
I don't know what Adam's giggling about. Adam looks like he's having.
Adam is probably doing something in the chat that he's giggling about. What are you giggling about, Adam?
We have a new character on the stream. He's called Blunty Fly.
Oh,
it's a house fly that has a huge blunt that he's smoking.
Adam thinks it's funny to put blunts on.
Adam was the kid in the car who screamed cows.
Screamed cows, like when you saw cows?
When you saw a cow, yeah.
Look, it's pretty hilarious. I don't know if you've ever seen a housefly with a giant blunt sticking out of its mouth.
I saw it last night on your stream.
So you did?
I saw a blunt fly.
You saw Blunty Fly.
Yeah, Blunty Fly, right.
Yeah.
Which I thought you would have called him Fly Blunt, but
look, I'm surprised.
Look, that's a better name. Look at that.
Fly Blunt, sure.
Yeah.
I was surprised at the number of commenting on how funny Blunty Fly was. So look, some people are not real down with the long dialogues about
Law, I
legal
know.
theory. Yeah,
I
exactly.
know.
So we
I'm
have
sorry if I'm not trying to bore anyone.
we
Here.
have to entertain ourselves.
No,
well,
I love it.
it's
Listen.
they're saying it's better than MMT, but only slightly better. So
Yeah, listen, it's better.
What's I
Yep.
don't know what MMT is.
Modern monetary theory.
yeah.
Oh
And sometimes
God.
we talk about
Printer, money
economics.
printer go burr.
Yeah.
You should have a long conversation with Adam about it. He's very
There
into
we
it.
go. You're
No,
gonna start asking me about the
look.
gold standard.
Yeah, how do you
We'll
feel about the
have
gold standard, Joe?
to
How do you feel about the gold standard?
I
Ricada
think
hit
You
it out
favor
of the
it? You
park.
against it?
Ricada did a good job with that.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in favor of the gold standard, Joe?
My initial leaning.
The incorrect answer is yes.
I know that's what your leanings are. That the incorrect answer is yes. Yeah, okay.
Don't
That's
make
like,
Blunty Fly come and get you.
this is like
Mm-hmm.
I have a guy in my chat who's always asking me about HR 25. Okay. This is like it's a running gag on my show about HR. This one guy, I think his name is Patrick, who's always screaming about how we need to pass HR 25. HR 25 is basically I always get confused between flat tax and fair tax. But basically it's a consumption tax.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So which would we would abolish the IRS and tack on 23% interest or something like that, which would be incrementally raised. And that would be in lieu of paying any sort of income tax. And that he was like, we need to pass that. And that I need to read HR 25. And I said, I don't need to read it to tell you that it's a bad idea. And the reason I think it's a bad idea is because I could look 10 minutes down the road and tell you that as soon as we pass such a law, they're going to abolish paper money and tell us that we're living on credit. And the reason and that everyone has to walk around with a little, basically card, which is how you would exchange money from one person to another so that they can monitor every transaction that we have. And that's essentially what would happen 10 minutes later. And they would find justification in that, well, we need to make sure we're collecting our taxes. And that's how they would do it. And it would provide that justification. That was the point that I made in response. Is that you can't just look at something in the abstract and say, well, this provides a boost that we can get rid of the IRS and get rid of everything. That
do you use? Are you like all cash? Are you an all cash guy?
No.
How much cash do you use?
Primarily, I use cash. Really,
to just buy drugs.
Buy gas. Gas is cheaper.
So you barely use cash already. So all of your transactions are being monitored now by some private corporation that the government can just go to and buy your information from.
That's
like
correct.
How is this any different?
That if I needed to, if I had to go dark, if and when I have to go dark because I get retained to serve as Donald Trump's counsel, so. At that point in time, I need to be able to have access to money that I'm not going to be. I think that there's a certain privacy issue that whether or not I choose to bask in that privacy is not really the point. You know what I'm saying? In other words, the same way I would tell you, I think it's terribly wrong to say that people have to provide ID when they're interacting on social media.
You're saying that you have the option, and that's. And
I think people should have that option.
You're worried that you're going to lose that option.
I want my kids to have that option.
Right.
But I'm a little confused.
You're not exercising that option, though.
I'm not
even
in favor.
If I choose not to, I also choose to use my name online. I could have just gone with good logic and not told anyone what my real name is. But I'm not. I don't have a problem. That's a choice I made. But I know there are millions of people who don't want their names out there for reasons, often really good, sound reasons, and that. When Nikki Haley says, "Hey, everyone's got to put their name behind something," I think that she's out of her freaking mind. I think I can't stand Nikki Haley. I mean, I went on record as saying I would vote for Joe Biden over Nikki Haley.
This argument began as you being against electronic currency, right? That's what.
Well, the reason I brought this up in the context of the gold standard question is because I think that. In the HR 25, I don't just look at how this law, how that law acts on just standing alone, but what I see is a natural, necessary outgrowth that is a potential terrible negative backlash. And similarly, with respect to coming off the gold standard, I understand that there's a certain added flex which comes with that, but I also think that the natural, inevitable outgrowth of it
look,
is
I
the
want to be
skyrocketing
clear on
inflation that we
look. I
have.
want to be clear on your position. You're saying that you're in favor of the gold standard because it will prevent us from getting to electronic currency.
No,
So
not at all. That's
what are
not
you
at all what I'm
saying?
saying. What I'm saying is my concerns about coming off the gold standard is that the natural outgrowth of coming off the gold standard has been
A move towards electronic currency and the loss of privacy.
Forget about electronic
Why
currency.
did you bring that up then?
Because that was an analogy. It was an analogy where I was trying to explain that I worry. I don't just look at the law standing alone. I look at the outgrowth as to what is likely to happen as a result of passing that law. So I don't just look at coming off the gold standard and what happens in the short term, but I try thinking about what's going to happen in the long term. And I think that the long-term effect of coming off the gold standard
is we're going to lead to an electronic currency.
No, are you trolling me at this point?
What is the outgrowth?
I think the outgrowth is that money basically evaporates, and that we print money like there's no tomorrow, and there's skyrocketing inflation as a result of that.
Right. Okay.
Do you think so? You clearly disagree with that concern.
Yeah, and obviously we have to manage inflation. I think we have an institution that's dedicated to managing inflation. They're doing a shitty job, a whiz bang job. Oh yeah, no, they're a terrible job. Yeah, no, I think they've got their whole theory of inflation backwards. So, but I have this idea that one day they're going to figure it out and it's going to be great. It's like the Constitution wasn't perfect. We had to do all these amendments. We had to get it all right. We had to figure it out.
Yeah.
So look, I think it's better to have
a lot more faith in the competence of the government than I'd have.
Well, look, these other nations that have runaway inflation and stuff like that, they're not doing so great. I mean, we're doing better than them, right? We're the world's reserve currency because we manage inflation better than any other nation.
So we're better than Venezuela. That's basically what you. That's what we should hang our.
No, better than everyone, aren't we?
We're better than everyone. Yeah. What are you talking about? Like, why would you pick Venezuela? Pick any nation. Pick any. We're better than France. We're better than Great Britain.
Yeah.
We're better than
We're better than Australia. We're better than Canada.
Right.
Yeah.
We are the world's reserve currency because we manage inflation better than any other.
Is this like a timely conversation as far as the whole gold standard? Is this something that like you seem to have like a hang up about this, which it seems like it's fairly well settled now for like your age plus my age. So why is it that what's making this percolating brain now?
Right.
It's settled that the gold standard is horrible?
No, it's settled that we're off the gold standard.
Right.
So,
okay.
So, and that's
people just bring it up whenever we talk about MMT or other economic stuff. There's like a contingency of people that want to go back to the gold standard. So it kind of became like, you're talking about with HR 25. It's like a meme, I guess, on our stream about talking about the gold standard.
Okay.
Well, and I mean, Ben Shapiro goes on and on and on about the gold standard all the time. Like all these Bitcoin guys, they go on and on about the gold standard. Like there's a million people out there that want to go back to the gold standard. All the Republicans talk about the gold standard.
This entire stream has been very strong evidence for Team S. I'm just going to say that.
Well, look, I figured you were S class all along anyway. So
no, I really wasn't. I really wasn't. I'm like, I was an independent.
Okay. Well, A team is like NATO. You have to apply to get in. So
listen, S class takes all who seek it. Okay, we're like religion. Okay, so
yeah,
the cult of S class.
The goal. I don't know. It's funny. I knew. Look, it got a huge laugh out of Sitch. I knew it would because they were talking about this legal stuff for like 2 hours, and I just thought, look, I'll think of something even boringer to bring up.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
It'll be funny.
Someone actually asked us to ask that question before the stream started. I don't know why.
Did they really?
Yeah.
I didn't even see it. I thought, this will be funny. This will make Sitch laugh. So that's basically all we try to do.
Speaking of money, J-Mac, our surrogate father.
Yeah,
Oh
what's
my
up?
God.
Woo!
Daddy J-Mac gave us $300.
Look at
Thank
this.
you so much. Oh my
Wow.
God.
I'm gonna pay the mortgage this month.
There you go. Says Adam, my bank closed my account because they claimed I was using it to conduct business. I had a substantial amount of money in there. They said they had the moral right to close whatever account for whatever reason. They cut me a check, but I didn't have access to my money for about 2 weeks. Cash is king.
Oh,
There you go.
There you go.
Look,
there you go.
I'm in total agreement. You got to keep some cash on hand, but
Mhm.
cash can be kind of a pain in the ass sometimes.
Yeah.
What do they mean? Listen, I'm like a retard about this stuff. What do they mean? They close your account because it was being used to conduct business? What does that mean?
Banks are weird. They can do all kinds of stuff.
Do they make some like you can have a business account and then you can have a personal account, and then they're like, if you use the personal account for business, they get mad at you? Is that the idea?
I don't know.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
I mean, there are. I'll tell you this.
It didn't
I
happen
have-
to me.
With
Ask J-Mac.
with one of my bank accounts, like anytime I use it, they assume that like it's some thief who's using it, and they'll reject it, and then I try putting it through again, and then I'm like, they're like, someone tried using your card. I'm like, yeah, I know. Why are you giving me such a hassle over literally a $2 expense that I was like didn't have change? I was literally trying to put air in a tire, and I had to pay $2 for the air. And they're like, someone's trying to use your. I'm like, are you joking? Are you joking? This is what you're trying to protect me from. And then when they do that, then I'm like, do I want to? I put it through twice, and the second time it goes through, and they're like, do you want it to go through? And I'm like, well, I want one of them to go through. And I never know. Am I supposed to say yes? Am I supposed to say no? It's very it's the whole thing is just it's very stressful. It's very stressful for me. But
So I use I don't want to say, but the bank that I use for a lot of my credit card stuff.
Bank?
Yeah. That
the bank of S-Class.
The bank of S-Class, yeah. Like they're pretty good because I usually only get the denial if it's like in a kind of something's a little weird about it. And the way they works is they just send me a text message and it says hit stop if you want us to stop, if you want us to cancel your card. If you do nothing and reapply the charge, it will go through.
Yeah.
And so I think that's like a much better way of handling that situation.
Yeah, it is.
That's pretty standard these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I think we settled everything on the whole Trump thing, right?
I guess so, yeah. At least for now. I'm sure there's more questions later down the road.
You said you were voting for Biden over
Yeah, what was up with that?
Over Nikki Haley?
Over Nikki Haley?
Why do you hate Nikki so much?
I can't stand Nikki Haley. I think that she's a disaster. She wants to start war. She wants to base. She's co-opted peace through strength, which she's trying to harken back to Reagan with the whole peace through strength thing. But his thing about peace through strength was that if the world knows we have strength, then we never need to fight, and we'll just have peace. Hers is basically war through strength, where she's like, I want to go to war in the Middle East. I want to go to war in Ukraine. I want to go to war in Iran. I want to go to war in Taiwan. She there's no end to the numbers of wars that she wants to start. She has zero conception, apparently, about the concept of diplomacy or maybe turning enemies into allies, which, frankly, that was, to me, the biggest mistake in the world, that we didn't grab that opportunity when the Ukraine conflict first started. But you and I think we've gone toe-to-toe over that.
We have, yeah.
But how based is it that she said, finish them? Oh, man, that was based.
That was pretty based. I
I'm telling you right now, I think that she would start World War III. I really do.
I was like, Madam President. As soon as
I
heard that, I was
for
like,
Nikki when she said that, yeah.
Too far.
That is so unsettling. That's more unsettling than my credit card issues. Oh my God.
You don't like that she's invoking that W energy, that neocon W energy?
Oh yeah.
It's like she there's no nation out there that she doesn't want to basic to glass. It's crazy. It's really kind of crazy. It's just so
Joe, just give us a real strong finish them.
Nice. So is it just the foreign policy that you would vote for Biden over her, or is there any domestic policy that you're just really?
I mean, I don't like her ideas with respect to the whole no anonymity online. I think that's stupid, and I think that she gives off such a dictator type of vibe that I can't get behind her. I really can't. I will tell you this: I do like Vivek. I like Vivek. I don't think it's his time. I think that I think that the GOP base has to support Trump. Like, we've sort of almost been twisted into this, because if we don't support him, you are almost validating that these tactics, which never should have been employed by any political party, are means to an end to get the person to lose favor. And I think that it's healthiest for our republic if this completely blows up in the Democrats' face, and that he gets more support than any candidate ever got in history. I think that would be the healthiest way to say your tactics here of trying to win an election by politically persecuting someone through lawfare are wrong and effed up. And that would be a step towards having a healthier republic ultimately. And that's why I think that's why, even though I don't know even though I like a lot of the work he did as president in his first administration, I don't know that he'll be as effective in his second administration. He's pretty silent about his policies, doesn't even show up for debates. But at the same time, I sort of feel like I have no choice here. Like if I have interest in having a healthy republic, which I definitely have that interest, that I have to throw my support behind him. So
I said that if he doesn't debate Biden, then he's going to lose. Do you have a take on that?
I think he will debate Biden. I don't think he's going to be afraid of debating Biden.
Right.
I mean, when you talk about the whole debate things and him backing out on it, I recognize that there's two ways to look at the purpose of a debate. You could look at the purpose of the debate is for the public, or you could look at it as for the candidate. If you look at it as for the public, in that case, there's a duty for you to express your perspectives as to how your administration will run if and when you win office. So that's as far as informing the public. If you look at it that it's for the person to have a chance to strut their stuff and win public favor, so in that case, he'd be an idiot for going there. He's only exposing himself to getting hit rather than going up.
Yeah.
So that's why, and there's really a fair perspective both ways on it. I mean, I wish he would have gone to at least one of them, but I can understand why his perspective is there's no upside to me going there.
Yeah, no, strategically, I agree. I think it makes sense from a strategic perspective for him to not do the primaries. I think if he didn't do a debate with Biden, it would look super awful. So I agree. I think he would. I can't imagine him turning it down. But, it's interesting because when we were covering the debates, neither me nor Adam are really Vivek fans. And we criticize him a lot, much to some of our audience's
what do you criticize about him?
Just removing, he wants to get rid of 75% of the government, and just saying he's just gonna demand that Ukraine and Russia just kind of end the conflict. He just says things I'm like,
his
okay,
budgeting idea is completely unfeasible.
Yeah, starting from zero, I don't think
he has no
that would
idea
work.
how the U.S. financial system works.
But the question I want to ask was, why do you think that Vivek could never really get traction in the polls?
I've asked that question myself. I actually hit up his campaign for him to make an appearance on my show, and I wanted to ask him that precise question because no one's really asked. I haven't seen anyone ask him that question as to why he hasn't got the best explanation I can have is that he has portrayed himself as the next Trump. That's how he's tried to come across, that he's all about American values. He's all about, bringing back foundational American values and return to the nuclear family and stuff like that. That's all going to be appealing to Trump. And that would work if he was running against anyone but Trump. But that's not going to work when, it's like basically, when the king, so to speak, is still there, then people are like, why are we voting for someone who's going to be his replacement? So as this collection as the herd of neocons has thinned, so they've been rallying and basically merging together Pence and Nikki. When Pence drops out, so all the Pence people are like, all right, let's go to Nikki or DeSantis. You know what I'm saying?
That explains why his poll numbers are going down, but it doesn't explain why his favorabilities are going down and his unfavorabilities are going up.
It's an interesting question. I know a lot of my audience is very suspicious of Vivek. He gives off a vibe of a used car salesman, I think is really the most common critique I hear of him. And my response to that is, if you believe in America first type values, right, the a return to a recognition of, you know, equal opportunity rather than equal outcome and things of that nature. So, you know, and you think he's a liar. You think he's a crazy liar. Like, what do you think is a worst case scenario that when he finally, that if he were given the seat of power, you think he's going to take off a mask and all of a sudden it's going to be Hillary Clinton there? Like, what are you thinking is, how bad would he be? And that's what I was saying. I think I said this just last night. I was like, if he is lying and he doesn't, and he's more of an institutionalist, so he's DeSantis. That's essentially what he is at that point. But maybe he's better than DeSantis. But he's like a good version of DeSantis in a worst case scenario. It's not going to take it off his mask and all of a sudden he'll be like, we need to have communism. Like, that's not, so more socialism. Like, I can't imagine that that's what the con is. That doesn't seem to make any sense. So I don't really understand. I think people are afraid of looking duped or looking deceived. And he seems to just have, or come across like he believes he has an answer for everything. I'll tell you, one of the things I really like about him is that he has novel solutions which are not dependent on getting approval from Congress. That he basically has examined the powers that the president has and says, these are things that an executive chief, they're not just EOs, but these are things that I have unilateral discretion on and ways I can make changes, which would be an improvement, which, you know, I'm like, that's actually making a promise that you have a capacity to fulfill, rather than a promise that Nikki Haley will make, that she says crap, like complete crap. Like, if Congress Congress doesn't go along with it, I'd lock the doors and make them stay in Congress until they come with a solution. It's like, really, under what amendment would give you that authority? It's like she treats like her audience like they're idiots. And like that they don't understand how the Constitution works, and she's like, that I would knock heads together. Like what the hell does that even mean? I just feel like she's such a freaking politician.
Yeah. Well, I think, it's an interesting point that you brought up about the people saying that they don't trust him, which I do. I didn't really think about that, but I do see it, and I do hear things that are similar. I think what's going on there, my guess would be, I think I don't think most people really vote or put their support behind a candidate based on the policies. I think a lot of internet people do, because a lot of us are policy, wonks, or we're very into policy, but we're unusual. I think most people just kind of look at the general vibe a politician gives off, or what they think the character of the person is that they give off. And they say, oh, this guy seems like a fighter, this guy seems honest, so I'm going to support him. I don't want to think about all the various policies and things involved. I just like his character. And so, if
comes back to Jonathan Haidt with you guys, doesn't it?
It does. Everything does. Yes. Yes. But so I think it's like, if people just get a sense of Vivek where they're like, I don't trust this guy, right? I don't think it's like a logical process where they're like, well, logically, like kind of, you're laying a logical argument that yeah, presumably Vivek's not going to become a communist, right? But I don't think people they don't view it that way. They just say, what is my elephant? What is my Heidian elephant whispering in my ear? And it's whispering that he's not a trustworthy individual.
Right. That's logical. That's a logical,
illogical statement. Yes. Right.
No, it's a logical assessment as to why.
No, about the illogic of people. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and also, it's interesting because I remember when we were watching Vivek before the debates, I actually did like him. I like that he seemed to be the only candidate talking about the apathy crisis and the meaning crisis in America, but he just behaved so differently. We'd see him on these podcasts, and he'd go on podcasts with very left-wing people, and they would be very angry at him. And he had a very good way, I thought, of just being polite and listen, and then give his own position. He didn't really seem aggressive. He seemed kind of like a positive go-getter type. He had that kind of young, positive energy. And then in the debate, I think you're completely correct. He is like, well, I'm Trump Jr. now. And I just don't think that person, he doesn't have the energy, the look, the age, the experience, the tone of voice, I think, to do that Trump sort of maneuver. Trump has this image of he's this well-known, business guy who's kind of elderly or older. So people feel like he has experience, and it's fine for him to kind of insult people because he earned it. And Trump also kind of, when he's aggressive, he does it in a kind of dry, sarcastic way. He doesn't seem like he's necessarily getting really upset by it. And Vivek just can't get that tone of voice. He doesn't have that same energy Trump has. So I think when he tries to be Trump, he fails at it.
It's an interesting point. I'll tell you this, I don't know if Trump can be Trump. Meaning, there's an interesting thing about Trump, which is, so many of my followers are very big believers that Trump is all about American values and things of that nature. And he definitely, will throw that out in speeches here and there. But I think a lot of what his actual values are relatively unknown, even after he's sat for 4 years. I think
agree, yeah.
if you ask me, what does he in a heart of hearts really believe is right, moral, fair, just, healthy? I'm like, I don't know that any of us will ever know that, because he is so effective at selling and pushing forward a perspective. And one of the things that he enables his viewers to do is to read into him what they choose to read into him.
Right.
And the anti-Trump people read in like the most nefarious intent in the world to everything he says. And I think the MAGA crowd, a lot of them read in like, oh, he's a very big believer in freedom of speech. He's a very big believer in individual personal liberties. Ask yourself, when did he ever express anything about individual personal liberties? He doesn't really talk about that ever. He'll talk about American values, but he never talks about individual personal liberties. But I guarantee you, if you ask 9 out of 10 Trump supporters, they believe that he's Mr. Individual Civil Rights. I'm sure they all think that, even though he never really even talks about that, because the way he expresses himself, he enables you to write what you want to believe about him as being his perspective, as opposed to Vivek, who's far more detailed in the way he expresses himself, where you can't really write what you. It's like he's saying, his articulation is, and compared to Trump's relative, inartful, folksy type of comfortability. That's where you're seeing basically the primary distinction in the way they convey their messaging. And that's what I think is what you're identifying there when you're saying, how he makes people feel. And I think that Trump makes his supporters feel like he's like them, even though you'll have two people next to each other who are very different from each other as far as their own personal beliefs. Both of them will walk out of there feeling like, oh, Trump's just like me as on my values. And he enables you to write your values onto him by being engaging and comedic and expressing basic American sentiments. And then whatever you think of America, you can write onto him that like, well, he believes in American sentiments, and to me American sentiment is this, so that's what he believes in. And someone else who has a different sentiment of what America is like, no, he believes in that the America should be fighting against other nations and should be like expressing ourselves as a police, as a police force across the world. The next one thinks, what are you kidding me? We should be engaged in no wars. And you sort of take from Trump, you can sort of, read him either way, and he enables you. I think that's part of his brilliance, is he enables you to write what you want and come away with a feeling that's positive. And sometimes the people who hate him will write what they want and twist what he says in the most negative ways possible. But that's very different from Vivek's messaging.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very astute observation. I think you're completely correct. That is how Trump operates, is to just be this sort of, he's going to throw out like a lot of general things, and you kind of project into it what you want. And I think you're completely correct that like Vivek doesn't have that at all, because he's so detail oriented, he's so plan oriented. And it's actually kind of sad, I guess, that like this is, like a perfect world, right? You'd want like to vote for your candidates based on their policies and their details, and yet, here we are. We'd rather choose the candidate that kind of just we see what we want to see in them, and that's just sort of the
classic
human
Trump
situation.
Response. Classic Trump response. Asked about Ukraine. What does he say? He's like, I'd fix it.
I'll fix it. Yeah.
I'll make the war go away.
Doesn't matter. I don't know, right?
It doesn't matter. And by the way, most of us who support him genuinely believe that he could and will. Like, and I'll tell you something, historically, he has shown a capacity to do just that. But for him to like, but he won't say how. because by saying how and detailing that, he's basically cutting off some people who think that the way for him to do it is that way, and some people think the way to do it is the exact opposite way. So instead, he's like, I'll fix it. And then people assume that, oh, he's going to do what I want him to do because he's going to fix it.
Right, right. Yeah, it's true. That's a very good strategy politically. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I don't think the wars are going to go on. I think closer to election that we get, Biden is going to put a lot of pressure on Ukraine and Israel to just stop these wars because he doesn't want to give that. He doesn't want that to be an issue going into the election. And he's going to want to say, I ended the war in Russia and Ukraine, blah, 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 blah.
I saw in your chat someone asked me how he's going to fix it. I'll tell you what I think he's going to do, and I'll tell you that someone else who heard that would probably think something very different. I think he's going to go to Zelensky, and I think he's going to twist Zelensky's arm, and he's going to basically say, make concessions, we're going to give certain things there, and they'll go to Putin's arm, and he'll twist his arm, and he'll act as like a mediator here, and he'll say to Zelensky, hey, we're not giving you any more money if you don't go along with the concessions that we're demanding you give, and he'll go to Putin and be like, hey, you really don't want us stepping this up, and we're going to be put in a position where we have to step things up. If you don't, find peace here and you're getting a win out of this, so take the win and move on, and we'll try to figure something out financially where all three of us are able to gain and all of us will be happy, and that'll be the end of it. And that's the way you fix this thing, but he can't he's not going to walk through and say that out loud, because he's not going to tell the American people, I'm going to twist Zelensky's arm. No one in America thinks that Zelensky should be treated with anything other than kid gloves. And he's not going to tell you what he's going to say to Putin. So, and it would be less effective if he has to wait a year and a half to convey that message. So there's nothing he could say. And these are all the reasons that I think that that's the strategy he's likely to take. But I don't know that's the case, because he basically left it for me to interpret myself what I'll fix it means. And he left it for you to interpret it the way you think he intends to fix it.
No, and I think what you're suggesting, I wouldn't be surprised if that was Trump's thought process. But I think the difficulty would be that while any president could twist Zelensky's arm, I don't know if we really have that much leverage to twist Russia's arm with. It's more just like, what concessions are we willing to force Ukraine to give Russia, essentially?
It's all about the Benjamins.
Of course.
So you can work with Putin if you're throwing Benjamins at him. And you're giving you're giving Russia an economic opportunity that he knows he's going to be getting a nice cut, and it would be far cheaper than throwing another $100 billion at the war.
It's a lot of it's about money, but a lot of it is about, Putin has to end this conflict in some kind of way that looks like a win for him to maintain his,
I think he'll get territory,
dictatorial power.
I think he'll get the Donbass.
Right, but so like, if it was just,
hey, we got like 5 minutes, guys.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Biden and Zelensky were willing to kind of go back to that deal that everyone talks about, last year or last April or whatever, and cede some kind of ground to Russia. I wouldn't be surprised if that's already been offered. I am kind of curious as to now, like, why isn't there a deal? What exactly does both sides want in this conflict?
Yeah.
And we just don't know the answer to that question. We probably never will. But
I think it's a lot easier of a solution than the Middle East. That's for sure.
I agree.
Far more complicated mess. But
anyway, thanks for coming on, Joe. It was great talking to you.
I had a great time. I feel like we bored the hell out of Adam. I feel terrible. I feel like, I don't know, I need to send him.
You shouldn't feel bad about that. You should take that as a pride.
But yeah, people should, if you came late, you should check out the early part of this chat where we basically figured out all the legal issues on Trump, and I think we did a pretty good job.
Nailed it.
Yeah, we hashed it out. We hashed it out pretty well.
I convinced Joe in the first 5 minutes of the stream that Donald Trump is guilty of treason and should be executed. So go check that out.
Spot on accurate. That's you're ready to work for Legacy Media.
Got him. Yeah. MSNBC, here I come.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You did a great job, especially for a non-attorney, for a layman. That was really remarkable, really good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
My friends, it's great seeing you as always. And I look forward to having you guys on my channel real soon.
Sure.
And you guys check out goodlogic.locals.com, where I get very philosophical, if that's your deal. So
check them out.
Goodlogic.locals.com. I thank you all, and I will see you shortly.
See you later.
Coolio, take care, man.
Ciao, brother.
Bye-bye.
And no, I'm gonna need you to boot me out because I don't know how to do that.
You don't know
There's
how?
a button that says leave.
I can't even
The
find my
big red
friggin'
button.
Zoom.
Yeah,
If
big
you
red button in
maximize
top
the
right.
window, or Adam could just kick you out.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Bye.
Okay. Kicked. Wow, I can't believe we kicked Joe out. Terrible.
He asked me to. What are you talking about? That was a
Terrible.
totally
Oh my
fair
God.
kick.
Jesus. Okay. Let me read some super chats
I'm sending.
while we
the
wait
link
for
to-
Shady.
Oh, look, I
Brian
think-
Bishop for
is he in the chat?
$20 says, "Don't get type 1 diabetes, boys. Make a minor mistake, hospital. Make a major mistake, hospital. Get a cold, hospital. Do everything right, believe it or not, hospital." So here's $20 because A team reigns supreme.
Thank you so much. And yeah, look, I'm trying to stay healthy. I exercise every day. I try not to overeat. I eat lots of vegetables. Look, I'm doing the right things. Even though I talk about drugs, because I did a bunch of drugs in my 20s, I'm not like a drug user now. I don't even really drink. Every once in a while, I allow myself a Newcastle because they're so goddamn delicious. But I don't bring that stuff home or anything. I mean, I don't even really drink soda. But I do love soda. Love soda.
Who loves orange soda?
Oh, orange soda is the bomb.
Adam loves orange soda.
Do you drink the Winehart's creamsicle orange soda? Oh,
I've never had that, no.
it's so good. It's so delicious. I don't know how they make it taste so much more delicious than regular orange
Well, it's
soda.
got cream
but
in it,
they
right?
do.
It's got milk in it or something.
Yeah, it tastes like a creamsicle. One of those ice creams, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that, Brian. They have type 1 diabetes. Is that, I don't know. Can you get type 1 diabetes? I thought you were just born with type 1 diabetes.
No. You get it from I believe being overweight and
I thought that was
not
type 2
eating right.
diabetes.
Oh, okay. Let's look it up. I don't know.
Type 2, yeah, type 2 diabetes. Actually, I don't know. Type 2 diabetes is a condition that because of a problem in the way the body regulates and uses sugar as a fuel.
I thought they were both related to obesity and sugar, but one was like just more progressed. You're further along. Look at this. I like that lighting, Shady.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Sexy. Audio's connecting. Yeah, no, where's Sammy? There's Sammy. Sammy, can you get type 1 diabetes or are you born with it?
She's our resident diabetes
expert, yes.
Expert, yeah.
Right. Hey, Shady, what's up? Can you hear us? Oh, he's reconnecting. Okay. Yes, you can get type 1 and type 3 if you have type 2 for too long. Oh, well, there you go. Interesting.
Yeah. It's
can you
like,
hear Shady?
You know, type 1
What's
is
up,
like,
Shady?
Hey, hello. How do you do?
Hey.
We really like your backdrop there. It looks really cool.
Yes.
Nice bisexual purple lighting. Yeah.
No, that's definitely not what it is.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
I am absolutely certain about that.
Okay.
That's what all the Comicsgate guys call it. Whenever you do the purple light, the Comicsgate guys.
I'm gonna have purple lighting in the background.
So. Okay. I am super ultra compensatingly straight. So
right.
You're not just super straight. You're super compensatingly straight.
We're both super straight. So
yeah,
you're in good company here.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch is trans, but I'm super straight.
There you go. That is true. I am trans.
Oh, Adam, now that I'm here, you're going to hold up your end of the deal?
What was I supposed to do?
You don't remember?
I don't know.
Oh my God. How could you forget?
You were holding my name hostage. You're misspelling it in the title, and you're going to change it once I appeared. You remember that long, detailed conversation we had?
I don't know. Okay.
I can't believe this, Adam. Why would you spell his name wrong? How did you spell it? Wait, it looks like it's spelled right. What do you mean? There's no space, right? Is that the issue?
There's no space, there's another S.
Oh, it's do-rags.
Oh, do-rags. Okay.
I feel horrible now.
Also, the R is not capitalized.
Oh my God. I'll fix it. Listen.
So bad.
How did you forget this conversation at?
Because it never happened. What are you talking about?
Listen, it definitely happened. Okay. I remember we discussed it in detail. Yeah. And then I woke up in my bed after that. So I'm not sure how I got in my bed right after we.
Are you sure you didn't dream this conversation? This sounds like maybe you had a dream.
How could I have dreamed such a detailed conversation about something so serious as my name?
Here's what we'll do. Listen, I want you to leak me the DMs, okay, where you have this conversation.
Leak the DMs. I'm completely innocent. I'm looking at the DMs right now.
It was a face-to-face conversation.
You did.
Right? He was
face-to-face. Wait a minute. You definitely dreamed this. When
right
did
in
this
front
happen?
of me.
You did tell me that you're experiencing severe weather and you may have power outages.
Oh,
I do remember that part.
I believe that's all done now. They told me it was supposed to last for 2 days, but it's been nice for like hours.
Oh, nice.
Shady, okay. I apologize, obviously. I got overconfident with your name because it's one of the few names that's actually easy to spell.
I actually, for Durags, I have the uncommon way of spelling it. I'm not sure if it's completely incorrect. I've seen it in some places, but I looked it up before I ever created my name. And apparently I just went to the one person who spells it with 2 O's. It's supposed to be a U there, but
right. There you go. I like your way of spelling it better.
I do too, to be honest with you.
So what do you want to talk about? What are you watching? What are you working on these days?
What am I working on? I am currently working on my second channel, Shady 2 Rags, doing a lot of Let's Plays and stuff over there because I want to delve into video games. A couple people have been asking me about my opinions on video games and stuff, and I'm like, my knowledge on video games is stuck in the early 2010s, so
as it should
be. I need to get on that. Well, I can't complain about modern video games if I don't know what's going on. So
you have to play all the crappy video games so you can complain about them effectively. That's a strategy.
Well, you're in luck. Sitch is a video game expert here, so you could basically ask him about any game.
No, but I'm probably in Shady's camp. I mean, I'm probably stuck in the 2010s.
Really?
As well. I don't know if I played that many like new.
What is the
games.
Sandwich making game? What when did that come out? Yeah.
Game. Adam calls Subnautica the sandwich making game. Isn't that awful? Isn't that the worst thing you ever heard in your life?
Look, we played Minecraft once.
Minecraft. Minecraft? Are we crafting mines? Like, what do you mean?
Look, it's you say nuclear and I say Minecraft. What do you want?
Okay.
What do you want from me?
So the spelling thing wasn't just my name. This is like a regular occurrence.
Look, I couldn't spell do-rags. I can't believe that. What the heck? How did I get that? Oh, I just capitalized the R. That was the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would like to eventually like develop a video game. So in order to do that, gotta
really
get into
wow.
Yeah, I went to school for programming, so like that's still in me, even though I don't use my degree. It's still in me, like I'm still passionate about that aspect. So I want to learn more about video games so I can develop one and also talk about modern video games. Because they are going through it right now, and I'm not allowed to have an opinion on Spider-Man 2 because I'm not caught up with modern video games, apparently.
So Spider-Man 2 is what everyone's playing. Are you playing that on your second channel?
I am not. No, I'm playing Kingdom Hearts. Spider-Man 2 is what everybody's talking about because like everybody played it like a couple of months ago, and as a Spider-Man fan, I have opinions about what's going on in there, but I haven't played the games. So, it annoys me that I see Venom walking through fire like it's nothing. And I'm like, well, I guess I can't say anything. That's not my Venom. And they've got Mary Jane with this face. And I'm like, well, I guess I can't say anything about what's supposed to be an extremely attractive woman in the game because I don't know video games. And all the and the whole Miles thing. Oh my goodness, the Miles thing.
Listen. Let me give you some advice. Okay, one YouTuber to another, Shady. Right? Okay. Why the fuck are you playing Kingdom Hearts? You should be playing Spider-Man 2. What are you doing? No one wants to watch you play Kingdom Hearts. Come on.
Because the second channel is not for other people. It's not for my business. It's just something I want to do. I gotta get it out, and I want to play Kingdom Hearts.
Which one are you playing?
What are you playing, and what platform are you playing on?
I'm playing all of them. Well, right now I'm playing the first one, but I plan on playing all of them. And it's the PS4 version, but I've got a PS5, so I'm playing it on the PS5.
Gotcha.
Kingdom Hearts is listen, I've only played the first two in some of the side games.
Look at this. It's just play.
This is an old. This game is ancient. You're talking about playing new games. You're playing a game from 20 years ago.
I know. I was going to say PS4. What?
Yeah, but it's a remake or whatever packaging, because it was on PlayStation 2 originally.
Wow. Okay, so this is ancient history.
But yeah, I mean, Kingdom Hearts, I really like the gameplay of Kingdom Hearts. Of course, the story is retarded, but I guess that's just the world we live in right now with Kingdom Hearts.
I haven't played 3 yet,
so on the PlayStation 2.
Well, Kingdom Hearts is has the classic anime, everything gets way too absurdly complicated for absolutely no reason syndrome. When it's okay, you just have zombies that eat people's souls. It's very simple. That's all you need. You don't need all this other nonsense about memories and nobodies, and it's just so complicated. It's the most complicated nonsense of all time. This time travel and timelines. It's why are we doing this?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I love the story of the first game and the second game, despite the complicated nature. I've heard things about the games after 2 that annoy me. And it's not necessarily the complication that annoys me. It's just the forced way of storytelling that happens that annoys me. But I don't know anything about 3, so I can't really comment on 3. That's the whole point of this Kingdom Hearts playthrough that I'm going through, is because I want to play 3, a modern game, but I got to lead up to it. I've only played 1 and 2, so I'm I'm going to play all of them. Because it should be a fun thing for people to watch if I go through the entire experience at once.
Right. There you go. Sammy in the chat says, Kingdom Hearts makes sense. I just need 2 hours to explain it. Exactly. Could you even explain to Adam who Roxas is and why Roxas, who Roxas is and what why he exists?
Why are Disney characters involved in this? Why is it Disney characters and anime characters?
I can answer both of those questions, but to answer your question first, Sitch, yes, I can, but that's because I write scripts for a living. A regular person would probably have a hard time summarizing the Kingdom Hearts story like that. But to answer Adam's question, it was actually a pitch, an elevator pitch. I can't remember if it was the Disney guy or the Square guy who did it, but one of them saw the other one go into an elevator, and they pitched the idea of Final Fantasy meets Disney, which, when you think about it, it's the dumbest idea that's ever been pitched ever. But Kingdom Hearts is proof that it's all in the execution, because even a ridiculous idea like Kingdom Hearts, it came out to an extremely valuable franchise. But who Roxas is, so basically in Kingdom Hearts, there's
wait. Before you start, Adam, I want you to listen to this. I want you to understand this. As someone who's never played this game, okay? You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, in Kingdom Hearts, the main character, his name is Sora. Sora had something happen to him where he basically got his soul removed. When you get your soul removed, that splits you into 2 halves. Your heartless, which is basically your soul, and your physical shell, which is basically your body. Your heartless is mindless, but your shell still has a personality, but it doesn't feel anything. Sora's shell, his empty shell, is Roxas. There's a lot more to Roxas than that, but that's
where is he in the beginning of the
game? You basically have 2 characters going. You have a soul character and a heartless character, right?
But you have the regular character, but when their soul gets taken, they get split into 2 characters.
Right. So, but just from a watching the media perspective, you're looking at 2 characters, right?
That's a simple way of explaining.
Okay.
That.
Interesting.
And in the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2, you're playing this character with no explanation of who the fuck he is at first, and then it turns out that you're in a fake city that exists in a computer program, right? That was created to make Roxas do something so that his memories could be imparted into Sora, so Sora could wake up from a coma.
So yeah, see, that's where you don't explain it to somebody new. because it just gets completely confusing at that point. But the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2 was so confusing, even if you played the games, it was so confusing. But honestly, I love that aspect of 2, like how confusing it was at the beginning. I don't like how long it was.
What is the thing you have to do? Is it like a spoiler or something you can't say?
No, I can say it. It's just my script writing instincts is to keep it simple, but I could explain Roxas to you in full detail if I wanted to. It's just the more I explain, the more confusing it gets, unless you're aware of the series. But yes, at the beginning of 2, you are playing as Roxas, which some people think is Sora with a memory loss, which technically it is. But you're playing as Roxas, and then that whole section is very confusing because like it seems like the world around you isn't really real, which is it's not. And what is revealed is that these people want to bring Sora, the main character, back because, like I said, he got his soul taken, or the game calls it his heart, but it's basically his soul. He got his soul taken.
He had his memories removed.
Yeah, I was getting there. He had his soul taken and his memories were removed. Roxas, who is a part of Sora, in order to rebuild him, because his soul had already been put back into him from the first game, because another character had his soul technically. Again, it gets confusing. So his soul had been put back into him, but his other half was still missing, which was Roxas. And so Roxas, they put him in this virtual world to keep him busy so that they could slowly download memories into Sora. And so all of Sora could be complete. It's very confusing, and I would not explain the entire process to somebody who's never played the game, because that's not even where it starts, because I haven't even talked about what's his name, Ventus. I haven't even talked about him.
Can you imagine trying to explain this at like a pitch meeting, Adam, or like producer or something?
I mean, the pitch meeting, Disney characters with Final Fantasy, I think, look, anyone can get that.
Yeah, that's good. You got them there. And then you add all this other stuff.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting concept. Do the characters, like the Heartless character, you have 2 characters, do they look the same? Is it like Bizarro World character, or are they completely different?
So the Heartless in the original game, when you lose your heart, the darkness in your heart takes fold into a monster-like creature. It's supposed
so
to
you
be
look completely different. But you look
it's
like
supposed to be if you have a strong heart, you keep your form. You still look similar.
Oh, okay.
That's what it's supposed to be. It didn't happen with Sora because they didn't think of that at the time. Sora has one of the strongest hearts imaginable.
You're right. You're right. That's a huge plot hole. I never thought about that. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
And the whole reason the Heartless are after Sora is because he has the strongest heart. But they forgot about that, and they turned Sora into the lowest form of Heartless ever. So he's just a monster at this point with barely any memory. So it is technically a character, but it's like a mindless monster.
Well, you don't play that character?
You do
play
very
the monster
you do
characters?
for very briefly. He gets his soul back almost immediately in the game because he's linked to other characters. His soul is linked to like 3 different characters.
One of them is Donald Duck and Goofy, Adam.
Yeah, I was wondering how they came in.
Is his soul linked to Donald and Goofy?
I thought that's why they did a little Trinity thing. It's supposed to be like they're linked together.
I haven't played all the games. Like I said, I'm still playing them. But
I mean, I know it's supposed to be that Kyrie has, because he loves her, his soul was like really inside Kyrie or some bullshit, right?
Yeah, he's linked to Kyrie. I know that. He's linked to Roxas by Roxas being his nobody, and he's linked to Ventus, which is something I haven't played, but something that was explained to me. Apparently, when Sora was about to be born and Ventus was about to die, Ventus linked his soul to Sora's, and Ventus looks exactly like Roxas. That's why Roxas is an important character. Yeah.
There's another confusion thing. There's characters that look exactly the same but are different characters from each other. So it's a mess. Listen, I like Kingdom Hearts, but it's just the pitch. Disney meets Final Fantasy. It's a great pitch. I just feel like it would have been. Why we doesn't need this level of needless complication. You know, you have Sora go around. He's in Aladdin land, right? It's so fun. He's in Aladdin land. Oh, look. He's singing with Little Mermaid, right? This game is going to sell like hotcakes. Oh, look, he's on the pirate ship with Johnny Depp from Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, yeah, this is all very popular. We don't need this like insane, complicated world of memory loss, souls, and I don't know. It's too much.
Objectively, I agree with you, but I love the story. So
Okay.
I love the complication of the story. Like I loved figuring out after I played 2 where Roxas came from and his whole complicatedness. The only thing I didn't like about Roxas's backstory was the whole 3-5 over 3. What is it? 3-5-8 over 2 or something like that. I didn't like the black-haired girl. I didn't like her inclusion. Her personality is fine. She was fun. I didn't like her inclusion into the story, but they needed a way to explain why Sora could dual wield because he was linked to Roxas and Roxas was linked to her. And again, it's confusing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and that's another thing too, is that, putting it so that people, you already have a complicated plot, like very complicated plot, but then you're forcing players that they have to play side games on a different platform to understand key elements of the plot. It's a bold strategy. Okay. So it's kind of like the Disney Plus, like you have to watch the Disney Plus TV show to understand the movie. It's like, I don't think that's a good idea in my opinion.
To be fair, in Kingdom Hearts' case, it worked. The Kingdom Hearts fans went out and got those games. I mean, they did get the first one, Chain of Memories. A lot of them didn't buy that one. But after 2 came out, like the fandom was basically living off of those games until 3 finally came out. What was it, 2 consoles later?
Right. Well, that's because it took so long for 3 to come out. Yeah. So, okay. But so that's Kingdom Hearts. I'm sure Adam is ecstatic to play it now, has a full understanding of it.
Well, no, look, I don't even know if it's like a first person shooter, if it's like a game where you walk up to characters and they tell you things and you pick different options.
It's an RPG game.
I'm thinking it's like Tetris with Donald Duck.
It is like Tetris, yeah. That is that's how I describe it.
It's an RPG with a lot of adventure game aspects. So.
That doesn't mean anything.
Do you pull weapons out and shoot at people?
You have a giant.
Technically, yes.
You have a sword that's the shape of a key, and you run up to enemies and you jump around smacking them with your sword key.
Nice.
Right. It's an action based, over the shoulder, third person. You run around beating people up with your sword.
Now I got it.
Yeah. There you go.
And you don't play as Mickey Mouse.
Well, you can get Mickey Mouse. So the way it works is that you control Sora, or the main character. Donald and Goofy or a Disney character is in your party, but and they run around and they help you, but they're controlled by the computer.
Right. Okay. So
you pick one character in the beginning. There is at least one game where you briefly get control over Mickey Mouse.
Yes. No. So the way it works is so normally you have Donald and Goofy in your party, but then if you go to Aladdin Land, you can switch one of them out with Aladdin. Or if you go to Pirates of the Caribbean Land, you could switch one of them out with Johnny Depp.
So you do like a mission as one of the characters, as Mickey Mouse.
No, yes. You play everything as Sora. Mickey can appear depending on what's happening in the game.
If in Kingdom Hearts 2, if you die, sometimes, I don't know why, Mickey Mouse will come out, you control Mickey Mouse, and if you do enough good things with Mickey Mouse, you'll bring Sora back to life.
Yeah, he always brings Sora back to life, but the story's supposed to be he's stalling to get enough magic to fully heal Sora.
Right.
But if you suck at the game, he'll just give you a potion. He'll heal you, but it won't be as good.
Oh, okay. There you go. So you get to play in the Star Wars prequels when Yoda's jumping around doing all the little flips. Mickey Mouse is basically that in Kingdom Hearts. He's a little guy doing a bunch of flips with a little sword.
So who's the main character that meets Winnie the Pooh?
Sora.
Okay, so that's Sora.
He meets Winnie the Pooh, yeah. Are you looking at pictures?
Of course. Look, that's immediately. I'm trying to figure it out. So
I mean, if you want to learn more about Kingdom Hearts, you could always just go to Shady 2 Rags and just click on his videos.
There you go. That's true. That's true. I feel like part of the thing that kind of annoys me with Kingdom Hearts 2, or with any Kingdom Hearts, is that I think they either need to be kiddie or adult. And they're kind of doing this middle ground. Because the Winnie the Pooh thing, it actually, to me, I had an interesting headcanon where if they really made it super sad and depressing and have it be this weird thing where it's Sora meets Winnie the Pooh, who's lost all his memories, and it's kind of about him losing everything that makes him who he is, and Sora make it super fucking dark. so that when Sora's helping him, it has like a really like heavy emotional impact to it.
Well, here's the thing. It's Final Fantasy, which is super dark.
Yes, but with Disney, which is not. I know,
which is
right?
super kiddie.
Yes,
so they
I
have
know.
to find a middle ground.
It's like a weird middle ground where it's like, okay, I guess, you know.
That's just a bad combination.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was saying. It's an awful idea, but they executed it really well. The story is all over the place, but the fans, for the most part, love the story. There are some parts in the story that are universally hated, but the fans, for the most part, love the story despite its convolution. And the gameplay, specifically in 2, is amazing.
Yeah.
What's
the gameplay's
amazing
a lot of
about it?
fun. It's just fun. I don't know. It's fun to run around beating people up with a sword. What do you mean?
It's got good...
Two is so fun because there's a lot of eye candy, like there's a lot of effects going on, and you really feel your skills coming out in the character. 2 can be very easy at times, but when they throw a hard boss at you, you feel that skill challenge.
Mm-hmm.
The Sora versus Roxas fight in 2 is like universally praised as one of the best games or best moments in the games because it's so like you have to be skilled, or you could be high level too. But you have to either be high leveled or skilled for that fight to matter, and you feel it. Like even if you have it on very easy, you feel that fight.
So it's got good game physics.
Yes.
Yeah. It has really good game very good, very consistent game physics.
Cool. Go ahead.
Do you fight Roxas in the original, or is that only in the remix?
I don't know if I don't have good memories of the originals. I only have the HDs in after.
I don't remember that fight at all.
I believe you do, because I have memories of constantly having to start in the section where you beat Axel, which is right before you fight Roxas. And the only thing I could think of that would make me have to constantly go back there is losing to Roxas. And that was back when 2 first came out. So I think so, but I mean, the chat could probably tell you better than I could.
Tell me, chat. I remember you fight Roxas in the original. Okay, I don't remember that. I remember Kingdom Hearts 1 being someone said the opposite. Roxas fights only in remix. Okay, mixed messages. I remember, and this is just because like the age difference, because when you're a kid, everything's harder. I seem to recall that Kingdom Hearts 1, when I played it, seemed way harder to me than Kingdom Hearts 2. And I know also Kingdom Hearts 1 had like the secret extra hard mode, and I thought Kingdom Hearts 2 didn't have that. So maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
The remix does. I know Kingdom Hearts 2 remix does have the.
Oh, okay.
Not a secret extra hard mode, but it has the final section.
Right.
Where you first of all, they added a bunch of extra bosses, which are hard as crap. And then they have a final section where you refight all of Organization 13, which are even harder. And then they have the final boss, which is supposed to be stupidly hard. I've never fought him, but he's supposed to be like, despite being full leveled with the ultimate Keyblade, he's supposed to be stupidly hard. Kingdom Hearts 1 is overall more difficult than Kingdom Hearts 2 because it's not just fighting. It's puzzle solving, and the game is not very clear on what to do in the puzzle solving. But the only really difficult parts to me in Kingdom Hearts 1 were some of the very final bosses like Riku and Maleficent, and the optional bosses, because you can't just hack and slash.
Right.
I only remember 2, the one from Aladdin and the one from Peter Pan, but both of those you had to tactically use your spells before you could even get hits in. A lot of the optional bosses in 2 are like that now, where you have to time your spells and whatnot. So it's difficult to say which one is more difficult. I think at its peak, 2 is harder because it has that final section that just curb stomps you, kicks you in the teeth, and laughs at you. But it's difficult for me to say overall which one is more difficult than the other.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, actually, because I never played the remix. I never played any of those extra bosses, which maybe I should go back and do. That sounds like fun at some point.
Or you could watch Shady 2.
Or I could watch you do it. Yeah, there you go.
I can't find your channel anywhere. Like, how do you spell Shady 2 Rags?
Okay, so
I search for it.
Again.
It doesn't come up at all. How do you spell it?
I put it in chat.
Oh, you did? Look, I spell it that way, and it does. Look, I search on YouTube, and
it's probably not big enough. No, it came up directly for me. Here, I can.
Man, it brings me to your main channel. If I
Oh, well,
type
then
in
just
Shady
scroll
Two
down.
Rags.
Just
Right.
just scroll down if you're on my main channel.
I don't. Every time I put a link in chat, it doesn't. It doesn't put a link to it. I don't know why. Is that just me? Can you click on that Shady? The link that I did to your channel.
Yeah, at least in my channel.
Okay,
Maybe YouTube is blacklisted.
It leads some. Yeah, I get there.
You got a link?
No, I clicked your link, Adam, and it brings me to his
Okay.
channel.
Look, when I put it in, I can't click on my own link for some reason. So
Oh,
kind of weird.
it's Shady space 2 rags number 2 rags, one word.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. No, I was gonna say because like when we talk about like difficulty, I just remember in the extra hard mode of Kingdom Hearts 1, it's like the first boss in I can't want to say Twilight Town, but that's Kingdom Hearts 2. Whatever the Traverse Town, yeah. Like the armor. Like I just remember him when he shoots you, it like one shot kills you if you have it on super hard mode. And I just remember like Sephiroth being so much more difficult in my memory in Kingdom Hearts 1 than in Kingdom Hearts 2.
I forgot about Sephiroth. I'm not even gonna lie. I forgot about the optional bosses in Hercules.
Yeah.
Oh, those. Well, no, because the Organization 13 at the end is still stupidly hard. But still,
Right.
I think Sephiroth in 1 gives them a run for their money. Because
Yes.
Sephiroth in 2 is pretty difficult. But like if you're leveled up enough and you can time your spells enough, I think you could take them down more easily than you can in 1.
I think there's a lot of face tanking in Kingdom Hearts 2, and also because it has the trigger thing. So like you just, he has the dash move, you just trigger block it and they're fine. I just remember the fight in 1 was like so insane.
Yeah.
Just running around. It's just oh my God. It was madness, but I loved it.
It looks pretty cool. Looks pretty fun to play.
It is fun to play. Yeah. I mean, I know there's a lot of talking. I don't know how you feel about talking in games.
Yeah.
It survived a whole generation without a main title because people were so thirsty for the next one. Like they just kept playing the side games.
That is true. That is weird why that happened, but
so why are you playing this instead of playing Spider-Man 2? Just you like
because he's a fool.
Well, first of all, I've had plans to do this for like years. So Spider-Man 2 hadn't even come out when I was planning this, and I finally got all my equipment to do it. And even when I started doing, like I started recording this, like I want to say half a year ago. I started doing it. My computer's like, 4K footage? No. So I had to figure out how to work with 4K footage on a computer that can't handle it. And that took me a couple of months. And then I got busy.
Are you
so
recording
I
it or live streaming it?
I'm recording it.
Okay.
It's not a live stream. I'm yeah, let's play.
You should live stream it too, obviously. That's people want to watch while you're playing it. So
I mean, but then I can't edit it. And I like editing stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
wait, you're not live streaming you playing Kingdom Hearts 2?
You could live stream it and then edit it after the fact.
I mean, that is true, but like, I don't want to.
You should, though.
Okay.
Isn't that what people want? They want to watch you stream a game or something?
Here's the thing. The Shady 2 Rags channel is not about the people. It's about me. It's my hobby. It's what I want to do. The Shady Do Rags channel is about the people. So if I think, oh, this is something the people want, that goes on the Shady Do Rags channel.
So
Shady Do Rags is like, la, I'm doing whatever I want and you can't stop me.
So this is why the Shady Do Rags channel has 217,000 subscribers. Right?
Oh, that channel's also older, but yes.
Oh, okay.
It's basically as I was making my regular content, I was like, I want to do all this other stuff, but it won't sell well on the channel. And I was like, oh, wait, I have a second channel.
Okay, I got you.
So how did you get... Oh, go ahead.
Cyborg for $5 says, Sora doesn't lose his heart in Kingdom Hearts 1. He lost Ventus's heart. There you go.
Okay.
Look at this.
I believe you. I haven't played all the games. I've only played 1 and 2. So
yeah, super confusing. Adam Unfriended for $5 says Kingdom Hearts 1 was Disney anime. Hearts 2 was Star Wars mixed. Kingdom Hearts 3 is What the Flip is Going On, which includes spin-offs. There you go. Sammy G, for 21 months at Lore of the Enlightened says, I have to say this since we're talking about Kingdom Hearts. Think about it. Oh, think about this, Shady. Aerith, and Zack from Final Fantasy VII are really Sora's parents. listen, because Disney multiverse theory and the Final Fantasy VII remake plot, one day I'll be right.
Okay.
How do you feel about that? Zack and Eris as Sora's parents?
I'm not a Final Fantasy person, so I
Oh.
know who Aerith is only because of the meme.
What? You've never played Final Fantasy VII?
I've never played any Final Fantasy that didn't have the name Kingdom Hearts.
God. That's what you should play. You should play the original Final Fantasy VII and all its terribly graphics glory on your channel. Oh my God.
I'll consider it.
Okay. Interesting.
So why is this such a passion project, Shady? What happened that made you emotionally attached to this game?
Well, it's not necessarily that this game. It was I want to do a let's play because I'm bad at not being on script. I think I've got script writing down when it comes to my channel. I'm really bad when I don't have a script in front of me. Like I pause, I smack my lips a lot and whatnot. So, and also I just need to do something that's not what I normally do on Shady Do-Rags, because what I do on Shady Do-Rags sells and people want more of it. But if I just do that, it gets so, for lack of a better term, frustrating. And I just need to step away and do something else that I want to do. Like I can't just do something random. It has to be something I want to do that I'll put myself into. And I love video games, although I've fallen out of them. I love video games. So I want to get back into them and I want to develop a game someday. So I was like, okay, well, let me play some video games and just have fun on a second channel and not worry about it. And then I do that for like a week or two. And then I get inspired to work on my regular content because I've taken a break from it. So it all just comes back to that.
What was the original inspiration for the Shady Do-Rag channel? Obviously, you've had quite a bit of success there. You're 217K subscribers. I've watched some of your videos, and obviously, you know what you're doing.
And you still can't spell my name right.
Look, I got over ambitious. It's such a faux pas too. I hate. Look,
everyone spells my name wrong. I know.
I feel
to be
bad
fair,
about that.
Adam, the fact that you spelled my name wrong is probably proof that you watch my videos, because so many people spelled my name wrong and I don't know why.
I watched your video on John Redcorn, and it was actually, I mean, I felt kind of bad because the John Redcorn story is basically, I mean, it's played as comedy, but if you think of it outside of the King of the Hill world, it is kind of a fucked up, sad story, man. The guy is a total cuck. He's like raising some other guy's kid. He's a clueless fucking nitwit. Nobody in his family has any respect for him whatsoever. So, I mean, it is an interesting situation.
To answer your question, there was a lot of things that went into the Shady Do-Rags channel when I first thought of it. First of all, it wasn't my first channel. Video making has been a hobby of mine since I was a kid.
What was your first channel?
My original channel, I think it's still up. Hold on, I think I'm still subscribed to it.
So
it's just my name.
So you have an original channel where you first started making videos? Like, I think that's pretty common with people who want to be content creators. Like, they kind of just wander into it. I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, did you see other people make content and you thought this is something I want to do, or is it just something that you kind of started doing and it was fun and you got some feedback that was positive?
So if you go back far enough, I've always been making videos. Even before YouTube existed, I've been making videos since, I want to say, middle school, maybe elementary. But because me and my siblings, we used to take a camcorder, we used to hook it up to our VCR and use our VCR as an editor, as our editing software. You just press record.
Look, I've done that. I've done that as well. So I feel you.
So then YouTube became a thing. And the first thing I saw on YouTube that got me interested, because this was when I was starting to fall out of my old habits of video games and TV. So I was looking for something new. And the first thing I saw was animated music videos where they just take popular songs and put them to like movies and stuff, which is what my first channel is. It's just animated music videos. And I was like, wow, I can do that and I could be competent with it. Of course, at the time, I didn't know about marketing. So I actually made what I still consider to be like fairly good videos at the time, but they didn't explode like I thought they were. A week had gone by and I'm like, why am I not famous? Like I only have 10 views on this video. And so I let that sit for a bit. That was like my senior year in high school, and I just let it sit because it was just a hobby. And then I came back while I was in college just to check on it. And one of my videos had a bunch of my videos had just gotten thousands of views on that channel. And I said, oh, wait, don't people make money doing this? And back then you had to get an email from YouTube saying, hey, do you want to make money doing this? And I got one. And I was very shocked because I was like, wow, I didn't know I was that good at it. Yes, I did, but still. And so
this was like the partner program, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The YouTube part, it might have been before it was called that, but this was way back in 2011, maybe 2012. But I had gotten an email from them saying, would you like to make money off of your videos? So I was like, well, I don't need the money now, but after college, maybe I could do this for a living. So I went and I looked up, first thing I did was look up copyright, because my original channel was using copyrighted music and copyrighted movies, and it kept getting struck. And I didn't care because I wasn't making money, but I was like, if I want to make money off of this, I got to look that up. And after that, I made another channel, another unsuccessful channel, which I tried to turn into a career.
What was that channel on?
That channel was called Random Person. This was when I was still heavily into video games, and it was mainly about The Legend of Zelda. And I was trying to branch off into other video games. The problem with that channel was it was very unsuccessful. And at the time, my grades started slipping in college. So I was like, okay, I'm dropping everything, including YouTube, because I want my grades to go back up. And I did that. My grades did go back up. I got straight A's the next semester, but I was bored out of my mind, and I couldn't figure out why. Because like I had video games, but they weren't doing it for me anymore. And I discovered later that the reason I love video games is because I always had somebody to play with. In college, all my friends had graduated, and my brother was no longer like in the same household as me, so I had no one to play with. So I was like, okay, I will start another YouTube channel, and this time it'll just be for me. It won't be for anybody else. It won't be for a job. It'll just be for me. And that's where Shady Directs came in. I just wanted to talk and say things, and I just wanted to make something is basically what I was doing. And the thing that was on my mind at the time was I was a computer scientist major, but I often worked on art as well. So it felt to me like engineers and artists, they were constantly bickering with each other, but they weren't like, but they could do great things if they just worked together. So my thought process was empathy. I need people to understand that people who think differently than you, they try to see their perspective. And then as the years went by, I got a little bit more interested in politics, and I began to see a lot of people just were refusing to empathize with people who disagreed with them. And so that became kind of a core concept going into the channel. Was in the back of my mind is like, you should see other people's perspective. And it wasn't until the BoJack Horseman stuff that it really kicked off. Like I was just talking about whatever. Eventually I started talking about shows, and then eventually I got to BoJack Horseman, and that's when people started to like pay attention.
And those are the first videos that kind of blew up. I mean, I think the reason I watched your John Redcorn video was because it was like, it's your most popular video. It's at 2.2 million views.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, interesting.
The BoJack Horseman stuff, that story is always interesting in the back of my mind, because I wasn't like, at the time I was just working at random jobs, and I was watching that show about BoJack Horseman, and I just got so mad because people kept asking the same questions, and I was like, why do you keep asking me the same question over and over and over again? And I went and looked on YouTube for a video explaining what I wanted, things to say, and I couldn't find one. So I just made a video out of frustration. So I was like, I'm tired of people asking me this question, and that video blew up.
What was the question?
There's a character in BoJack Horseman called Diane Nguyen, and in season 4, her popularity was at an all-time low, and people wanted to know why. And I kept answering that stupid question. Like, I'm calling it stupid, but it launched my channel, so I shouldn't be calling it stupid. But I kept answering that question because I was just so sick and tired of it. And people were like, yes, this Shady Durags person knows what he's talking about when analyzing cartoons. And I did BoJack Horseman for like 2 years. And then after the show ended, I've seen channels die because they stayed on something that wasn't popular for too long. So after the show ended, I said, okay, no more BoJack Horseman. Maybe I'll come back to it years later, but my channel cannot be dependent on this. And that whole year from like February to December was like at an all-time low for my channel because I wasn't doing what people knew me for. And then
they were wanting more BoJack Horseman even though the show was over.
Yeah. But I could tell like the interest in it was kind of dying. I mean, there's still people doing it now, but like those people also took a break. But I was like, no, I don't want to be stuck doing that show. So I went for a long time. And then that December, I had saved up like 3 weeks vacation from my job. And I was like, I want to see what I can really do if I put my mind to YouTubing. And that's when I made the John Redcorn video. And it blew up as soon as I launched it. And that's when I was like, oh, I could do this for a living. I was shocked because I had planned to make like 3 or 4 videos. I was really going to put my nose to the grindstone. But the first John Redcorn video, which I think a lot of it has to do with the political atmosphere, because if you've seen that video, you know I make jokes about being anti-racist. You know, I say I'm black, I can make fun of whoever I want, doesn't matter what their skin color is. And I think that spoke to a lot of people's frustrations because it was 2020 and Trump had just lost the election. So a lot of people were frustrated. And because I'm making a center leaning right joke, it appealed to a lot of people. I think I don't have like anything to back that sentiment up, but just seeing somebody come up and make fun of the black people can't be racist mantra, like I guess resonated with a lot of people because that's probably the joke I was known for years. Probably still to this day, that's probably my most known joke.
So then you started making more King of the Hill videos because of that one having such success?
Yeah. Well, it's similar to what I did with BoJack Horseman. I realized that show was a draw, and I was like, okay, so I'll do that a lot, but I'll still do other shows to make sure I don't get boxed in. And the other shows will also be experimentation to see if anything else sticks. And what happened 2022, at the end of 2022, what happened was I started touching on superhero stuff, and that really stuck with people. So right now I could transition into superhero because it looks like the superhero stuff is getting more than the King of the Hill stuff, but we'll have to, that still requires a bit of time to find out.
So what's your creative process? You said you were kind of working on the video game stuff because it seemed like you're getting a little burnt out on the main channel. Like this is feeling more like a job.
Yes, but I would describe it differently. Like I don't want to use the term burnout. It's just writing a script requires me to be in a creative headspace, and I can't always just jump into the creative headspace. Sometimes it takes me weeks or months to get there, and my bills don't care about my creative headspace. They need me to bring something in. So I want to make a good video, but I also need to get a video done on time. So sometimes I'll push for a video and it becomes a little bit stressful because I don't feel the video is as good as it could be. But you know,
what is your upload schedule? Are you uploading once a week, it looks like?
I don't have a consistent upload schedule, but I tried not to go 2 weeks without uploading something. Usually on Sunday evening, I'll try to get something out. Ideally, once a week would work, but like I said, that doesn't always work out. And the scripts sometimes really just don't want me to upload.
There are 2 types of creative people, and it sounds like you might be the inspiration type. There's a type that, something inspires them and they're like, oh, I really I have a clear picture of this thing that I'm going to do or make. This project just materializes, and they work nonstop to get it done. And then there are the creative types that are like, I'm working every day from this time to this time, and I'm just going to kind of force myself to do that and see what happens. It sounds
I'm
like,
definitely, if those are the two categories, I'm definitely in the first one.
yeah. See, I think everyone kind of starts in the first one, but as you grow as an artist, you kind of have to migrate over to the second one, because I mean, you really can force yourself to have those inspirational moments. And if you have more and more inspirational moments, pretty soon then you've got a backlog of like 20 different script ideas that you want to do. You're not saying, oh my God, I got to get one done for this video this week. You're like, oh, I have like 8 backlog here. So
see, the thing about my scripts is they tend to be they tend to be time sensitive. Some of the jokes are topical, and because I've thought about like,
oh yeah, okay,
doing scripts ahead of time, but a lot of my inspiration is like this meme that everybody knows, or this way that I'm feeling that's very relevant to what's going on, or stuff like that. So that's kind of the way I flow. I haven't been able to get myself to do backlogs of videos, though I am doing that on 2 rags, but that's because everything gets recorded in one big chunk. But when it comes to like scripting stuff and whatnot, it's very difficult for me to script something today that could come out 2 months from now, because the things I say probably won't gel the same.
So you listen to us. I see you in the chat all the time. So are you coming at it from a political psychology perspective? You're basically analyzing different media with that in mind?
Not intentionally. I mean, sometimes that happens. I just watch media and then I say my thoughts. That's the long and short of it. The original thought process when I really started getting full-time was that I want it to be like a book club, where everybody consumes the same media and then we talk about what we thought about the media, with just me leading the conversation. So, I put out a video and then I'd say, well, I think this character represents this, and this color in the background means this, and blah, blah, blah. More recently, I've more so been doing like when I review an episode, I go scene by scene, and then I just say my thoughts on what's happening in the scene. And sometimes, I try not to be political, because that can completely take over the conversation. But if it's relevant, I don't stray away from it, because that's part of the conversation. So it's there. And go ahead.
So, well, how do you pick what you're going to comment on? How do you select?
I watch the show, and then I watch the episode, and like just full on watch. Then I watch it again while writing my script. And I'm like, well, when this scene came on, this is what I thought. So let me put it in an entertaining way. So for example, I might watch a scene and I'll find it really funny. So I could either just put in the script, laugh here, or I could put in the script, this joke is actually really clever because blah, blah, blah. Or I could put in the script, wow, that was just so funny. I can't even, find a creative way to express that this scene made me laugh, or I found this scene funny. And that's basically the entirety of it. It's like I explain the scene. Sometimes I show the scene, and then I either explain how the scene made me feel, or I find a creative way to show that the scene made me feel that way.
Cool. So is the video popular at the time? Is that a component, or are people coming and watching these videos to get your specific commentary on it? Like, they're familiar with you, they like your jokes, they're like your personality, they like the way you sum things up?
I would think my channel is mostly from me, but there are topics where I will put out and then they don't do huge numbers. So the topic definitely has something to do with it. But a lot of people do make requests for things that have been talked about before. And I'm like, I have nothing new to add. And they're like, we don't care if you have anything new to add. We just want your perspective on it.
Bring back BoJack.
I don't know if I can bring back BoJack. Uh, I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna happen because BoJack was a very different time for me and I did it in a very different style. Plus, my audience now I don't think is the same as my BoJack audience because the BoJack Horseman was a very left leaning show, and nothing wrong with that. But because of that, the audience was very left leaning, and me, I'm now known for being center right in my opinions. A lot of people have like said, "Oh, Shady Durex has fallen off because he revealed that he wasn't woke or whatever." So that same audience, I don't think has stuck with me. I think I've maintained a different audience. Maintain was the wrong word to use. I think I've gained a different audience since then.
So from the beginning of the channel, have your political opinions changed?
I mean, the channel is almost a decade old at this point, so
right.
I would kind of be shocked if anybody's political opinions didn't somewhat change after almost a decade. I would say yes, but not to an extreme degree.
Well, when you went into it, were you more progressive minded, and people
No.
could sense that in your commentary, or was
I would say I was probably more conservative when I went into it.
Okay.
Maybe I've slid a little to the left, but not that much, I would say.
Well, you said somebody said that your content, that it used to be woker, which I just think is like
when I revealed I wasn't woke is
okay.
People, it was a generic statement, but a lot of people I've seen say Shady Durex fell off when he said this thing, and it's usually something that's not very left leaning.
Right.
Like when I first went full time, I made a live stream saying why I'm not woke. And I put that up, and the reason I put that up is because a lot of people, because I reviewed BoJack Horseman, they thought I was left leaning, and so they just assumed that. Yeah, because the show is left leaning, so they just assumed I was left leaning, and then I would say things while talking about BoJack Horseman that showed I wasn't left leaning, and they would say, "Oh man, I feel like you've deceived me, Shady." So I came out with a video when I went full time saying why I'm not woke, basically explaining my political leanings, because I'm like, I don't want to deceive anybody. If you're left leaning, you're fine to enjoy my content. I'm not going to ban you from watching my content, but you should know that this is where I stand on the political spectrum, because if that's what's stopping you from watching my content, then I'm not going to deceive you. Just know up front, this is how I feel. And then a lot of people, when I made that video, were like, oh, okay, well, this is where Shady fell off, or they'll find other videos where I'll have takes like that they don't like, and they'll say this is where, like the John Redcorn video, the joke in there, that joke is very that entire video is very like anti-left, for lack of a better term. So that's another one where I get where people say he fell off.
Wow, that's tough. People are so tribal these days, and I guess if you're making content, it's strange to me that people want you to have the same political leanings as them if you're making content that is kind of just apolitical, right?
I mean, I'm trying to be apolitical, but it leaks in your political opinions, especially when you live in a time where there are people spouting that everything is political and that being apolitical is a type of being political.
Sure.
But I wouldn't call it like
so, but
I wouldn't say my situation in particular is like tragic or anything, because I'm still pretty successful. It's just, it happens. People can dislike you for reasons that you might not necessarily agree with. I think people have a right to dislike me for whatever reason they want. The only issue I take with is when people don't understand my position and they dislike me because of that. And I'm like, that's
Adam knows
not
all
like,
about that.
I know. I was gonna say, look, you just said the magic words with me. You just said the magic words with me. How bad does it hurt when somebody just completely misrepresents your position, Shady?
It doesn't happen to me often. At least not in the terms of like a big creator. So I can't say it hurts tremendously, because to me, it's just like, this is just somebody on the internet. Everybody has access to the internet, including idiots. So like, I can't expect that everybody's going to have a good take on my stuff. So for me personally, it doesn't really hurt, but that's because I've never had like a big creator. really come after me.
It's not like
can only imagine.
Someone like Destiny doesn't come out and say, "You love Vivek. You're a huge Vivek."
Like I can only imagine like what would happen if something like that. I would hope I would maintain composure. But one of the big like triggers for me is when somebody
you have
is
to
not
maintain composure, Shady. You have to. It's just a thing. You can't let it get to you.
One of the big triggers for me is it's not when somebody disagrees with me, it's when somebody misrepresents me.
Yes.
So I would hope that I would maintain composure. But if we're in an argument and you're not really listening, you're just trying to get the last word. A lot of times I'm just like, okay, because I let people get the last word when I'm done with an argument. I just let them have the last say. But I have in the middle of like a live stream, I have like lost control before, just because I get
Where's
so
the live
frustrated
stream?
when
Let's
somebody's
bring that up. Let's look at that together.
I mean, you can if you want. I'm not. I don't hide my stuff.
I'm only playing. Look, I'm only playing. I don't like to bring that stuff up. Look, I'm sure you've probably seen me lose it. I lose it infrequently, but it's always painful.
I've heard of you losing it. I don't think I've actually been there when it's happened.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, everyone always talks. Everyone makes it sound 10 times worse than it is, and then I listen back and I'm like, "What are you guys talking about? This is totally mild." Yeah.
Sure it is.
You've never lost it,
Sitch.
Sitch?
Of
Sitch
course
has
I've
totally lost it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, it's pretty standard. So what are these live streams that you're doing? Are they just live streams like this, just coming on and chatting with other creators?
On my channel? On Durags?
Well, no, yeah. Where do you live stream? Like,
I just live stream on my regular channel.
Okay.
But that's usually because I didn't finish a video. So I'm like, well, my audience, they like to talk to me sometimes, so I'll do a live stream. I'm not particular when it comes to live streams because I don't really have a plan for live streams. And also, like I said, I'm not good off script, but this 2024 is the year I want to be better off script, which is why I like agree to stuff like this and whatnot. Like I'm trying to do more stuff like this where I don't have a script in front of me and I have to think on the fly because I'm really bad at like coming up with words, or a lot of times I go on tangents and just talk for too long. And a lot of times I repeat myself. So I want to get better at that because I'm okay. I'm done.
It's definitely an art. It is definitely an art. And I mean, you speak well. You're not doing a bunch of verbal tics or anything. I can't listen to
You
Sam
were catching me
Cedar.
on a very good day.
Nice.
I can't listen to Sam Cedar for more than 5 minutes because he says and
constantly.
Like,
oh my
yeah,
god.
That's me, and that's what I'm
torture.
trying to stop. I notice it in my Let's Plays, and I edit them out. Well, I edit some of them out. Some of them sound natural, and I'm like, okay, that one is not going to kill me. But I when I'm doing my Let's Plays, I definitely say and I smack my lips a lot, and I'm like, no, stop. Why can't you just speak without smacking your lips before you do it?
Stug for $5 says, Shady, watch Adam talk to Jangles or Mr. Girl. You'll thank me later. Actually, I think it was more pandering politics that got under my skin because I guess it was just miscommunication between me and Sitch. We had invited him on, and I thought Sitch was going to kick his ass. And Sitch was playing patty cakes with him for like 40 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck?
I got distracted. He was saying interesting things. Okay. See, the truth is, you say A team's all about forgiveness, but actually S class is all about forgiveness. A team is about destruction.
S class does it, yeah. A team is about revenge.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really track the disrespect people are sending your way, which I think is really a better way to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
So what positions have been misrepresented of yours, Shady? Do you remember any recent ones that got under your skin?
Well, specifically recently, I did somebody did a what's it called? Somebody did a commentary on my opinions about the Black Little Mermaid with Ariel, but I did a full video clapping back at that, which honestly that would actually make me really happy because I always wanted to do a response video to somebody misrepresenting my position. So I actually was super happy to have seen that one. But not recently, but more of the thing that kind of upset me was when I did BoJack Horseman videos, I did a video on this girl called Hollyhock. And just to summarize in the show, Hollyhock is a 20-something year old. She's related to the main character, and in the end, she winds up leaving the main character. She's the person the main character loves the most. She winds up leaving him because of things she heard, and she never got his position. And my stance on that was whether or not it was right for her to leave the guy, it's not my position to say, but she should have got the full story. She should have communicated with him. That was the long and gist of my position.
Good
a lot of
advice.
people saw that video and they hated it, and they just did not understand what I was saying, because I said the way she did it was cowardly. It was like texting you're out of a relationship instead of talking, and people are like, how can you say it was cowardly to leave a relationship? It's a brave thing to do. And I'm like, leaving a relationship is brave, but how you do it is cowardly. Just like boxing is brave, but doing a cowardly tactic isn't. Like, there's a way to go about it. That's probably the video I've been most misrepresented in, but that's just in the comments. Like, I don't get too many response videos, which for a long time saddened me, because I really wanted to do a response video to a response video, but I finally got to do that last year.
So
wait,
all
what
those
was the-
people,
what
all
was the
those
Little
people were
Mermaid
guilty
take?
of ghosting people. That's why they were so angry at you. They were like regular ghosters, and you called them out.
Some of the intellectuals said that in my chat. They're like, you guys are self-reporting.
Yes, totally.
My Little Mermaid take was, I thought it was bad for Little Mermaid to have a black character. I'm fine with them casting a black actress. They could have just changed her in post. A lot of people said that would be whiteface, and I said that's no different than a black person playing a white animated character. It's not whiteface. Blackface was done for racist reasons.
Wait, what do you mean change her in post? Like, have a black actress but make her white, or have a white actress make her black?
Have a black actress make her white.
I mean, I don't think that would look good on the movie. It'd probably look weird.
A lot of people say it's reverse whiteface, and I'm like, how is it
Right.
any different from a black person playing a white animated character,
Mhm.
which Cree Summer is known for doing? Like, a lot of black people play white anime characters. Samurai
Right.
Jack, well, that's not a white, that's an
He's Asian.
character.
It's the same difference, right?
Depending on who you ask.
Yeah.
But my take was that there being a black Little Mermaid creates a dissonance, because Disney is trying to make you think of the original movie that they made, which stars a Caucasian redhead, and then they put a black person. So it's going to take you out of the experience. Whether or not she's a good actress or not, her being black is going to take you out of the experience, because they told you, think about our original movie when you watch this one. We want you thinking about that one. And I said, if they just made another version of The Little Mermaid, this wouldn't be a problem. But they want me to think about their original version of Ariel, who is one of the most well-known characters in all of Disney. And that's going to ruin immersion. And that in itself isn't necessarily a movie ruiner, but the problem is that this type of thing has been going on for years. So people, when they now see it, they think, oh, that's going to be a bad movie. Because every time they have forced diversity, well, not every time, but most of the time when there's forced diversity, it's a bad movie. So they associate forced diversity with bad media. And that was basically my take. And the guy misrepresented it, and I clapped back, and then he disowned the video that he made. So he no
Nice.
longer
Really?
with
You
the things
got
he said.
him.
Yeah.
You stomped him
Victory.
out. You chased him off the internet, Shady.
Well, I didn't. His channel's still there. Also, he's a very small YouTuber. Like, he didn't have any clout or anything. But
You punched
I
down.
applaud people when they say, "Hey, I changed my mind. I made a mistake."
Right.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
Wow.
That's good.
That's so rare.
And plus, like I said, it was fun. Like, I became really passionate when I saw that video. I was like, "Oh yes, time to make something."
You were
I said
waiting.
this-
You're like, I can't wait for someone to say some bullshit about me.
I said this when I was talking to Mahler. I was like, don't you get excited when somebody calls you out? Because that gives you a chance to respond.
It's a good attitude to have.
Yeah, a lot of small channels do call out Mahler all the time.
Mhm.
I never really Google our channel or our names to see if people are making response videos. Every once in a while, someone will send us some response video, and I'll watch a little bit of it, and if it's just not, if it doesn't capture my attention, I just move on, and that happens 90% of the time. So
I do, but like I said, it doesn't happen to me a lot. I'm sitting here waiting with bated breath for somebody to call me out.
Well, it doesn't happen to us a lot either. So
you got to be more controversial. You got to like trick people into doing it.
A lot of people say like I'm controversial. Like a lot of people used to call me base because of the takes I had. I don't know if my takes are really controversial. I just think we live in a day and age where moderate thinking is considered controversial at this point.
Of course, yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. You got to up the game. You got to be more controversial.
Are you going to put out a video supporting one of the candidates for president?
No.
That would get you some response.
Yeah, but that's like forced. That has nothing to do with my channel.
Do people know who you support? Do people know if you voted for Trump or not?
People do not know who I support because it's not really part of the Shady Do-Rags brand to talk about who I support.
Look, I voted for Kanye and everyone knows it. So
that was a mistake, Adam.
I'm a proud Kanye voter.
Are you? You used to be, not anymore.
Well, I mean, look, that's all water under the bridge. He's no longer anti-Semitic.
No, he became anti-Semitic again. You're not keeping up.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
This guy's a flip-flopper. He's worse than Mitt Romney.
Oh my goodness. I use you guys to keep up with my political stuff. If you're not caught up, how am I supposed to stay caught up?
I know, right? Jeez.
Well, it's Kanye, so he'll be back to being anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic? I'm not sure about that.
He'll be back to anti-Semitic or Semitic in, give it a week or so.
To be fair, I don't think Kanye is caught up with Kanye.
That's also true, yeah.
Yeah. It's insane. So are you following politics? Are you interested in politics? Aside from listening to us talk about politics?
I was going to say, I'm going to give him a second to think about that question.
Aside for us, yeah.
Well, look, I don't want to ask you a bunch of political questions because obviously you know our views and stuff like that, but
I follow politics, sure. I do follow politics. Shady Do-Rags in itself is not very political. I do sometimes say political, but Montrell, the creator behind it, I'm interested in living in my country. So when news comes up that I think is pertinent, I listen to it and I form an opinion. I'm not very vocal about it because it like I said, it's not part of my brand. The only person I'm vocal about it is like people in my personal life.
Right.
Yeah.
What's your most contentious political take?
That's a question I was trying to avoid asking.
I've never said my most contention political take, but the most contention, I can't say the word, the most non-popular political, contentious was the word I was looking for. The most contentious political take I have said on the internet was that anything involving gender, I don't support. It's nonsense to me.
Ooh,
right.
Okay,
that is getting less contentious though now, which I'm firmly in favor of.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like I said that way back in 2021.
Oh, that's when you got complete.
2022, one of those years.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is getting a lot less. Like I said in that thing, like I don't bring it up to like attack people or anything, but I just want that opinion to be out there because if somebody wants to collab with me and they say, well, you have to say my pronouns, I'm going to tell them no. I mean, that was the first thing I told you guys. Like, I don't use pronouns. I think they're bad for society. Or personal pronouns. Obviously regular pronouns I use.
Yeah.
No, I'm just anti all pronouns. Everyone's got to be known by their name.
You just
or
said
their genitals.
We use it is a weird thing because we'll have trans people on the show and we'll use the pronouns and people will be all offended that we're using their pronouns, like we're living in some delusional state. But
Well,
I feel like, look, I understand we're talking to a biological male here that presents as a female. It's just we do it, just to as an etiquette thing.
Yeah,
But
it's it's
ahead.
polite. Like if I was in the middle of like a stream and then somebody else who was in the stream was like, please use my personal pronouns, and I hadn't told them beforehand, I would do it because of etiquette. It's why I always say beforehand that I don't do that stuff,
Right.
because causing contention in the moment, there's no point. I understand why people get upset, because by using personal pronouns, you're for lack of a better term, abiding by their worldview. And a lot of people think that is not helping the situation, that people abide by their worldview, which is why I don't do it, because I don't want to abide by people's world. I don't want to support that in any way, shape, or form.
How is it? How is
Go
it?
ahead.
Because this is a contentious thing. Like, we'll have Brown and Wu on, we'll have Taftage on. They obviously, to my sensibilities, pass as female. So I have no problem using she, her pronouns. I guess we never really had someone on that they're like, call me they, which I think is difficult. And we've reviewed videos with trans people in them and we've had mess ups, innocent mess ups. But how is that if I call Brianna Wu she, her, how is that accepting her worldview? Because I don't know that Brianna Wu doesn't even buy into the self-ID argument. She thinks, look, in order for you to transition, you have to have gender dysphoria. She doesn't think you can just assert that you're the opposite gender and do nothing else.
Accepting is, I don't know if I used the term accepting. If I did, then it was probably the wrong word to use. Validating is probably a better term.
Well, look, I think there's two worldviews in conflict here. I think there are people that feel gender dysphoria is like a mental illness. It affects a certain number of the population. They aren't actually magically turning into the opposite sex. They do reassignment surgeries and all these different things, but they're content with the fact that they are still whatever their birth sex was. They don't think like there's this magical process going on. And then there are, really kind of, I don't know, just out there kind of delusional people who think that they are like the biological sex. You understand the difference there, right?
Well, here's the thing. Do you believe in the concept of gender? Just gender.
Gender as yes, I do. I believe that that it's useful to separate gender as the behavior, the like archetypal behavior of the biological sex. So I think it is useful to separate gender from biological sex, just as a social construct.
All right. So some people don't, I don't want to say believe, that's a bad term, but for lack of a better term, some people don't believe in gender. And here's how I like to explain the concept to people. Because it's like you have biological sex, obviously. And then over time, because of biological sexes were different at doing different things, and they like doing different things. So it became associated in our minds that if you're this biological sex, you're probably going to do this thing that your biological sex is known for doing. They describe it as gender. So that means that if you are a male, but you like doing female things, then you can, this is just an example. It's a very basic example. So if you're male and you like doing female things, you can identify as a female. Because your gender is how you identify. It's not what you actually are. That's how they view it. And then I view it as, okay, well, I want to identify as a tall guy. And it's like, oh, that's silly. We don't have social norms for tall people. Excuse me, I am 6'7". Yes, we do have social norms for tall people. We treat tall people very differently than how we treat short people. And it's like, what about age? It's like, well, we treat older people very differently than how we treat younger people. The concept of gender for the people on, again, for lack of a better term, on the side that I'm representing right now, in of itself, doesn't make sense. And so to validate that concept gets a lot of people upset. That's me trying to explain that. I need everyone to understand, because a lot of you think I'm experts on stuff. I'm not an expert on this. I'm just trying to explain how I view it.
No, I think you did great. Look, I get what you're saying. If you look at even the example that you gave, if you say, I'm not really tall, okay? I'm 5'10", but I'm going to start identifying as 6'4", okay? I'm going to get, big lifts in my shoes, and I'm going to be 6'4" wherever I go. I do think people will start treating you like you're 6'4". So whatever 6'4" privilege you experience, or I guess you said you're 6'7", I think you will start experiencing that people will treat you as if you are taller. But I don't, obviously there is some deception going on here. You're not actually tall. You're going to take your shoes off and everyone's going to realize, oh, I've been deceived. I do think that that is what's going on when there is an opposite situation between gender and sex, which there is.
Sorry,
a lot of people have.
I looked at your cat and it scared me. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, a lot of people, they have like they understand that their biological sex is male, and they're presenting, behaving as female, and they're aware that there is this. Well, I think a lot of people. Well, some people are cool with the deception, and some people they don't want to deceive anybody, so they're just upfront with, I'm trans, like you know what you're getting into. I guess it's a big controversy even in the trans community on whether or not this is a acceptable behavior or an unacceptable behavior. But I think that split is useful, and it allows us to say, all of the stuff that's coming down with swimming and different, trans women in sports. So many people have picked up very quickly. They're like, okay, I can't call them male or female because that's gender. I have to call, actually it is male and female. I can't call them he or she or man or woman, but I can say that's a biological male or that's a biological female. I'm using the sex termination. But I just think as long as you're clear about all that, you're not you can use people's pronouns and you're not just blanketly accepting the self-ID worldview. Go ahead.
So there's a couple things there. I'm trying to keep my brain together because I forget things very quickly. Yep, there it goes. Forgot what I was going to say. Remember the other thing. Okay, so the other thing that I was going to say, so you don't believe there's any deception with presenting as the opposite gender?
Well, I think there is if you pass extremely well, and you're going out with someone and they think they're dating a biological female, and you've got a surprise for them, obviously, or the other way around, you think you're dating a biological male and you're getting they're really a biological female. That there is obviously that deception. And I've seen trans people, obviously cis people are going to argue over this because they're going to be the targets of this deception, but I've seen everyone arguing over whether or not this deception is morally acceptable. I don't think it's morally acceptable. Shady, how do you feel?
What's morally acceptable?
For the deception to take place, for somebody who's
like I said, anything involving gender, I disagree with gender on its concept.
Right.
I think it's a flawed concept. I think they're applying that to only sex when it could be applied to every biological aspect, and people don't do it to every biological aspect because there's something in them telling them it doesn't make sense. Though they have started to. We have started to see trans racials. But I think that's like people don't take it as far as it should go. And I remember what I was going to ask earlier, which was, why can't we just call them feminine boys or masculine females?
Well, they want to identify as the opposite sex. It would be odd to call a trans woman a feminine man. I mean, just calling Blair White a feminine man or Tavtage a feminine man just doesn't. I mean, they're so obvious. They're so feminine that it just, I don't know. It kind of breaks my brain to even try.
So, my try to say this properly, because like I said, I don't like being misrepresented, but it seems to me that we can't call them feminine men or masculine females is because that's not what they want to be. They want to be the opposite sex,
right?
Which they are not the opposite sex. So you're calling them something they're not,
right?
Which to me is a delusion,
right?
That's basically where my mind goes with that logic.
Yeah. No, I get it. Like, some people are adamantly against it. Some people don't. They're like, I'm not going to use pronouns. I'm not going to accept this in any way, shape, or form. These are not women. These are biological males. I mean, I agree they're biological males, but I think.
Sorry.
No, you go.
I'm very eager and I keep interrupting you. I'm sorry. I think one day science will become advanced enough to change everything. Like, you won't using our scientific definitions of male and female. I think one day it'll be so advanced enough that you can change everything and you won't be able to tell in any way, shape, or form. When that day comes, then I can do the labeling thing. To me, it's a misrepresentation of reality, and they're asking you to participate. And I don't think that's healthy for them, and I don't think that's healthy for society.
See, I don't see it that way.
I think rather than teaching them that they can be something they aren't, teach them to love what they are.
Well,
imagine teaching me, like, this is going to be an absurd example, but imagine teaching me, hey, you really want to be white? You can be white. You don't love the fact that what you are, you can be white. Like, that's it on its head. It sounds ridiculous, but the concept is the same using sex.
Well, look, let's use that example. Okay. It's going to be more difficult for you to be white, Shady, because you're darker, but there are plenty of black people that are right at the line. Like, they could definitely pass as white. So passing ultimately has a lot to do with it. There are trans people who, they don't pass well. So it really screams this is a delusion. But there are
is
some
it right
people
to teach them that is where I'm going.
Right.
Well, I think passing is, I mean, it's nobody ever wants to talk about passing, but I think passing has a lot to do with this here. Sitch, what are you?
Well, I think what I would say to what you're saying, Shady, is that originally the whole point, supposedly from a medical standpoint, was that you have this mental illness, gender dysphoria, that makes people have this sensation, this feeling that they're born the wrong gender or they want to be the other gender, and it's so strong that it creates like depression, anxiety, suicidal tendencies, all this like horrible stuff to it. And supposedly there didn't seem to be a way to alleviate those symptoms via what we would think of as like traditional psychological treatment, talk therapy, giving people drugs, blah, 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 blah. And supposedly the only treatment that seemed to provide some level of, alleviating those feelings was the transition process. This is for people that actually have it, because I think that a lot of people have been overdiagnosed. So that would be the explanation as to why, or that'd be the possible answer, is to say like, well, why are we like teaching people this. It's like, well, we don't have an alternative yet, so this is the alternative that we do. Where if we did have an alternative, then that would lead to the question of, well, if you can give someone a pill that cures their gender dysphoria, is it morally, medically right to then do the transition process at that point?
Mm.
So I would say probably not, but we're not there yet. So
look, and I do think some people, like, they're more into identifying as trans. Like, if they could do a perfect swap and become the opposite sex, they probably wouldn't do it. They're like,
yeah, some people, I think, well, it gets complicated because it's like, okay, so the people that you're talking about, are those people that don't actually have gender dysphoria, and they're just people that want to be like different. They have some other sort of psychological pressure, motivating them to engage in transitioning, which I would say if they do, I don't think should be allowed to transition because it's a medical procedure for a medical condition at that point. Or is it that they are people that have gender dysphoria legitimately, but they know that they won't necessarily, or they believe that they won't necessarily pass. And so therefore they kind of like convince themselves as a psychological defense mechanism that like, well, I like to look, in between, right? And so it becomes very difficult to parse out who everyone is, what's motivating them in everything.
yeah.
So,
hey, Shady, you brought up race. Do you feel comfortable talking about race?
Do I feel comfortable talking about it? I mean,
Yeah.
sure.
Well, I just want to look. I'm curious what you think of content creators like FD Signifier.
I have never heard of him.
Oh, really? You've never watched his content?
Nope.
It's just, he goes around and he's like, I mean, I think he's been on our channel a couple times. And I don't want to throw any shade at FD Signifier. He's like a Marxist, socialist, black content creator. Like, he'd probably just shudder at this conversation that we're having about trans people because he's super pro trans. But it always bugs me because I think we were having a conversation about black conservatives, and he has this attitude that like he is the voice of black people. Like, he speaks for the black community. And it always bugs me. And I was just curious if you had a take on that.
I mean, I've never heard of what he said. Maybe he does speak for the black community. I doubt anyone speaks for the black community.
Well, that was my
Personally, I don't really. This is going to sound really weird, but let me fully explain it. I don't really consider myself a part of the black community.
Okay, well, look, that's interesting.
How dare you?
I just see myself as a person who is black. But
okay, perfect.
Like, technically I am a black person, and I don't know, because like a lot of stuff that the black community says I don't necessarily agree with. So I'm definitely not the speaker of the black community. I can tell you that much right now.
This is great. I'm glad I brought it up because it's interesting to me because some people very much, identify with their race. And some people, like, I don't really identify with my race. I know some, white people do identify with their race a lot of times in bad ways, obviously. So it's interesting. But FD Signifier, he totally identifies with his race, obviously.
Right. Well, I want to say two things, 1 and 2. But in 1, I don't think that my interpretation is not that FD Signifier is saying that he's the voice of like blackness. It's that he's sort of, I'm assuming it sounds like when we talk to him.
What are you talking about?
I'm just going to say, okay, that can be your interpretation. My interpretation is that he's sort of invoking the CRT idea that like, if you don't have these beliefs, you're selling out your blackness to try to get whiteness, right? Which is funny because you were saying like, oh, I can never be white. I'm like, well, in CRT, you could be, right? Like, because the CRT belief is that, to be black isn't just like a skin color, but it's to adhere to some sort of cultural attitude or cultural idea. And if you don't do that, you're like betraying your race, so to speak. Right. And so that's kind of my interpretation of that. But
I would say he's misusing the word black, but
I would agree. But the second thing that I was going to say kind of about, well, I was going to ask you, it was interesting because, you say you don't really like associate yourself, with being black. Is that like, is this just the way you've always been? Did something happen to you that made you feel that way?
Not like I think it's just the way I've always been. Like I grew obviously well, it's not obvious, but I grew up in a black family, but they didn't really push in my blackness. Like there's a lot about me that's traditionally black. Yes, I love chicken. Yes, I played basketball.
You can't say that.
I love chicken. I absolutely can.
Everyone loves chicken. Okay,
that's
everyone
a
loves fried
racist
chicken.
stereotype, Shady. How dare you?
Well, I mean, if the boot fits.
There you go.
Look, I don't get that, because like, who doesn't like chicken? Like, chicken is amazing.
I don't know.
I mean, everybody likes chicken, but who loves chicken?
Right.
There you go.
But yeah, like some black stereotypes were introduced to me throughout my whole life, but I never really had people say like blackness is your heritage. My family was specific on Christianity, and I had people who actually appreciated the American aspect of living. Yeah, I remember my dad's no longer alive, but he used to talk about like people don't say this, like it's a taboo to say what I'm about to say, but he used to talk about like, I might get in so much trouble for saying this. He used to talk about like what would have happened if slavery didn't happen. Would we still be living in Africa? And
ooh, okay, interesting.
And it's like I'm proud of my nationality, because like to me that helps shapes my environment, who I am, and whatnot. And I appreciate like some of the things in black culture. Like I do like rapping and hip hop and whatnot. But it's never been associated with my identity. If anything, I've used it as a kind of jumping off point, because part of the look of Shady Durags is that I look like a gangster, but I'm an extremely huge nerd. So that's part of the joke of the channel. And when I was in college, like I was the first one to make racist jokes, especially about black people. So I've never seen it as part of my identity, but I acknowledge that it exists, and I was taught at a young age, like, racism exists and there are people out there who will hate you just because you're black. And I was shown like the horrible atrocities that happened to black people just because they were black. But the aspect of being black has never personally been a part of my identity. My identity has always been associated with either my religion, my nationality, or my hobbies.
Right.
Are you still a Christian now?
Yes, though it might be more accurate to say I'm agnostic, but I consider myself a Christian.
I'm curious because like I tend to think it's kind of weird, like wokeness is weird, because I would tend to think of the adhering to a race as an identity, because I've never, really adhered to, whiteness, right? It's like, oh, it's an important part of my identity, either. But I think, or I would want to think, that wanting to adhere to a race as an important part of your identity would push you more on a conservative moral intuition, because it's kind of more like the idea of looking back into like your tradition and kind of like a traditional orientation of a society or of a group or a collective of people. So I'm kind of curious because, you cast yourself, or you said that you're kind of like center right, but you don't have any association with like that at all. So do you view yourself as someone who looks at tradition as like important at all?
Yeah. Well, it's, I think that's my default, but I look at things as they come. Tradition can be important, but it can also, some things overstay their welcome. I think tradition is there for a reason. And if you're trying to get rid of it, examine the reason. Maybe it's no longer necessary to have that tradition. But by default, I do tend to like tradition. I'm kind of sort of in the middle. This is why I consider myself center right, because new things come along and I like new things. I see the potential. AI is a conversation I'm willing to have with a lot of people. I see the potential in new things. Tradition isn't always the best. We need to examine things. But I do think there is a bit of a bias in me for tradition, but it's really difficult to say. I feel like I'm very center on that question.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
What's a hierarchy of identities that you had there, Shady? The first one was religion, Christianity. American was the second, I believe.
I said religion, Christianity, nationality, American, and my hobbies.
Okay, yeah. Nerd culture, right?
Yeah. As well as like I'm an introvert, so that kind of shapes my hobbies. I don't go out and party and stuff, so part of my identity is like I sit and chill and play video games and watch Netflix or whatever.
I think that's actually a very interesting question that you asked, Adam. How do to ask different people, how do you like rank your identity? What is the hierarchy? Because I think I would put,
look, race is not even in the top 4 here.
Right, like I would, for myself personally, I would put my interest as number 1, and then I think I'd put my nationality as number 2.
Sorry, I wasn't doing that in order.
Okay, right.
My interests are number 1.
Right. Okay.
So you think nerd is the top 1 and Christian is second?
I would say nerd, introvert, or geek introvert. Nerd's in there too, but geek introvert, nerd, nationality, and then religion's probably my religion is what I have been. The thing is, like I said, I kind of consider myself agnostic more than I do Christian. So religion is, I mentioned religion because most of my life that was my identity. As I get older, it becomes less and less.
Look, Sitch and I kind of got in a fight over Christianity and what Christianity is based on. And I kind of had this revelation. I was thinking about it. It just dawned on me days later. Just kind of an epiphany. I was thinking the reason why that got under my skin so bad is because that is a core identity. Even though I identify as atheist, I do identify as Christian, and I can't escape it because my parents are Christian, like my whole family's Christian, all the friends I've known my entire life were Christian. So it's such a ingrained part of my psychology that it's just I can't escape it. It is part of my identity, even though I would like to say, I'm an atheist and I'm above it all and I don't believe.
How would you tier rank your identities, Adam?
That's a tough one. I mean, obviously Christian would be in there. Nationality would be in there. I mean, I guess artist is like my top ranking. I'm an artist before anything. It's interesting that you put introvert in there. I mean, I think of myself as an extrovert, but I wouldn't really rank it as part of my identity. I guess maybe artist, maybe workaholic, maybe American, maybe Christian. That might be the order.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it is weird that we do have these kind of hidden identities. And I think a lot of people do, and you've kind of escaped this, Shady, but I think a lot of people do kind of have resentment that the world sees them as a particular race, even though they would like to not think of it. So that's where the idea that white privilege comes from. I think people who do have this, go ahead. What's your response?
I wouldn't say I've escaped it. I'm just on the opposite side. People say to me all the time, how are you black and you don't support BLM? How are you black and they see the skin color and they think
that's
black.
So painful. That's so painful. I don't know what is like the white equivalent of that. I don't know that there is, because look, as a white person, you're not thought to have any particular political affiliation. You're not like forced into a political affiliation. That's one of the things that's the most.
Can you handle spicy foods?
I love spicy foods. Like,
how are you white?
I know.
I'm insane. One of the reasons why I think I look as young as I do is because I'm crazy for spicy food.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What's that to do with looking young?
Well, spicy food kills various parasites and whatnot. You
think you're killing the unhealthy aging parasites?
Yeah, look. went to my girlfriend one of those late night trips to the taqueria when I must have been.
Well, listen, if you're getting from some cart on the side of LA, street, maybe you should put a lot of spices on that food.
Look, I think I must have been. I think when I was 16, I was getting stoned with my girlfriend. We went to the taqueria, and it was always just culturally. It was like, you don't touch the jalapenos, okay? The jalapenos are there as decoration, right?
Right.
And I thought, I'm going to try those jalapenos. And man, my mouth was on fire. Like, eyes were watering. But it was just such an amazing experience that ever since then, I'm just like, I go for it. I did every spicy meal. I ate the meal that I ate right before this. I was eating a jalapeno that was making me cry. So
I can't handle spice.
Wow. Listen, I love spicy food too. What the hell? What's happening here? This is oh my god.
Is that like a thing? Is that a stereotype of black people that they like spicy food?
Well, non-whites are supposed to like black, Hispanic, anything is supposed to like spicy food. It's supposed to be specifically white people who can't handle spice. But I couldn't handle it growing up because it made me sick. And then as an adult, like I just don't like burning my tongue. Like I could handle like mild buffalo sauce, but not
clear your
much higher
sinuses
than that.
out,
Oh, that would explain why I look so old and why my sinuses are always stuffed up.
Exactly. See, you gotta get some spicy food. Adam is correct. Oh my
god.
Look,
my nose was running earlier. It completely cleared out my sinuses. It was great. It was like a medical treatment.
Yeah.
Someone said Shady's the whitest person in the call. I'm transracial.
That's pretty funny. Well, I guess I'm trans on that because my spicy mayo is like the best thing in the world. So that's like the best of both worlds right there.
That's supposed to get rid of spice. I mean, then again, I love spicy stuff with chocolate because the immediate satisfaction feels so good.
I don't think I've ever had a spicy chocolate dish before.
I haven't had it in a while. I might not like it anymore, but I used to love it growing up. I used to get wings and then get like ice cream or something. Yeah.
No, I've had sweet and spicy is good.
Salty and spicy.
I've never had salty and sweet is my favorite of all taste combinations.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, you take the fries or the chicken tenders and you dip them in the milkshake, right?
Yes.
Oh my god, so good. And then if you get the hot, because I remember back in the day, you used to get like the spicy BK chicken fries, and you'd put them in the milkshake, and oh my god, so horribly delicious and horrible for your body. But that was when I could partake in dairy. Sad.
It's that point in the stream where we start talking about food.
I know we're starting to get hungry, but
so did we finish?
Relax. Spicy mayo on sushi is delicious. Yes, that is true.
So did you say everything you want to say on trans stuff, Sitch? We didn't.
Yeah, I guess so.
We kind of transitioned into identity.
Hey, woo!
Okay. It is
see how many subscribers I lost.
It is. Yeah. Look, none of us said man. I think as one of our identities.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't
funny.
Really.
Masculinity is not very high for me.
Yeah.
Like I don't blame anyone who masculinity is high for them, but it's not for me. I guess it's there, but it's like I don't know, maybe in the top
If we
50.
asked Andrew Tate, wouldn't masculinity have to be at the top of his identity list?
Yes.
Wouldn't you have to say like
at least that's what you would say.
Right. Well, it's funny because like I mean, I'm going to guess that, the three of us, we probably are very stereotypical in terms of like masculine traits. But yeah, I don't think any of us thinks of ourselves as like, that's a super important part of us is to like think of ourselves as a man.
Yeah.
Because we're all beta, I guess. We're all soy.
Well, I always think,
I mean,
I'm 20%.
I don't think I would
soy,
want to be feminine.
Right.
So if I did something that was feminine, I would probably feel shame, but I don't go out of my way to be masculine. Like I think masculinity it's somewhere in there, but it's not like at the top.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, okay.
I'm trying to think of what was something.
What?
Some stereotypical feminine thing is like maybe ordering something and completely adding like 20 different things onto the onto the order, like ordering.
Wow, you went deep. You could just wear a dress.
Are you? How do you guys feel about substitutions at restaurants?
I mean, I think a little bit of it's fine, but some people take it too far.
Okay.
I try not to be an inconvenience to others.
That's a very feminine trait, though.
No, it's the opposite. What are you talking about?
I feel like men are more like that.
Yeah,
it's funny. It can actually go in either
accommodating.
direction, because it's funny. You could say, well, it's a masculine trait to just take what you're given and grin and bear it.
Yeah,
and a feminine
totally.
trait to, be like, the world should change to my whims. However, you could say, well, wait a minute. It's a feminine trait to be like, oh, well, I don't want to cause an inconvenience, right? I don't want to, I'll just take whatever they give me. And a masculine trait to assert your dominance and demand whatever you want. So it can kind of go in either direction.
Sure, but is there a male equivalent to Karen?
No, but you know
Yes.
why? Because of sexism. That's why. Because when a man says what he wants and wants to speak to life's manager, nobody gets in his way. They say, yes, sir.
Oh, well, that makes sense then.
There you go.
We just haven't labeled Kevin.
Kevin.
So you do creative stuff, Shady. Do you think of yourself as an artist at all?
Yeah. YouTubing's artistry.
Okay. So artistry would be on that identity hierarchy somewhere.
Yeah, it would be higher if I got back into drawing. Because I used to love drawing, but I haven't done it in so long. But yes, I consider myself an artist, and yeah.
Nice.
Do you have a digital drawing pad?
Yes, that I spent a lot of money on, and I haven't used it in a while.
Oh man, I live and die by my digital drawing pad. I used to draw all the time traditional, and I moved over to digital, and it's just, oh man, it's like drawing superpower. So you should give it a try. You should dip into it.
I want to get back into it. It's one of those things I want to get back into.
We had an argument about that, Adam. Do you remember? Because I don't consider myself an artist.
Mm-hmm.
And you were like, you are totally an artist, Sitch.
Yeah. I've seen your old channel, Sitch. You're definitely an artist.
Thank you.
Look,
Thank
Shady,
you.
Shady agrees with me here.
Listen, you guys you're misappropriating these labels. Okay, I don't identify as an artist, and I appreciate it if you,
I don't know if you're an artist in regards to this channel, because I know a lot of the stuff with the artistry stuff Adam does.
That's
but on
true.
your old channel, you're definitely an artist.
Thank you.
Look,
one day I'll make videos again.
Yeah, I'm stepping up our light graphic design. I was actually thinking about how I can make blunty flies smoke animate. I want him puffing on his big ass blunt.
Mm-hmm.
Do you use OBS?
Yes. Yeah.
You
just
just
make
have
a bunch
a
of
GIF.
PNGs.
Yes.
You can use a GIF. I haven't gotten
GIF.
into GIFs, but yeah, you can just use a GIF.
Shady, you can do the animation on in Clip Studio. Why don't you help me out?
Because I don't like to do anything like drug related.
Look,
even if it's like
a name like
he's trying to avoid these stereotypes, Adam.
A gangster like Shady Do-Rags? Come on, you know how to animate.
The whole point is that
puff.
I'm not a gangster. The whole point is that I look it and then I'm like, oh, Legend of Zelda.
Well, wait. Here's the question: is that your normal, like, everyday aesthetic, or is that just for the channel?
I'm a geek.
Mm-hmm.
So, you mean the shades and the do-rags?
Yes.
It was when I first started the channel.
Right.
I wore shades and do-rags all the time.
Oh, okay.
But as I got older, I stopped wearing them as much.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, and also I don't go out. So I don't have
based
to wear
a man
anything.
after my own heart. All right. Listen, the outside world, there's nothing nice out there, right? Gotta stay inside.
I mean, there's lots of nice stuff. It's just
Nah.
I don't gel with the nice stuff out there.
It can come to you, right? All the nice things can come to you, okay? Anyway.
Look, I don't want to dox you, but can you tell us like approximately where you live in, or is it out there? Maybe people already know where you live. I'm in Los Angeles, so.
I mean, I could probably tell y'all privately. I don't want to put it out there.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Cool. I was just going to say there's certain, like in LA, you're wearing your red bandana in certain areas. It's like,
Get in trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
I did say
Egoshit
this last time though, so I can say it again. I did used to live in Florida, Sitch.
Oh, nice. Florida, a Florida man like myself, or a former Florida man, I should say. Like
Yeah, I don't
myself.
consider myself a Floridian anymore because I went down there and it was so freaking hot. I was like, this used to be my life. What happened?
You spent it like a couple years away, and you're like, how did I ever live like this? What is this hell? It was so funny because like I remember when I went out to LA with Adam and some other people, like it was hot and they were all like whining, and I'm like, this is amazing. There's no humidity. What, this is not hot at all. You guys are crazy.
The dry heat. Now it's actually cold here. It kind of sucks. Thank goodness it's only going to last a couple weeks. So it'll be good.
Egoshit for $10 says Shady is so based and awesome. I agree completely. People are people. Cultural values, beliefs, and morals are miles above race in terms of what to evaluate about someone. Keep being you, Shady.
Now, to be fair, like if you go back far enough, like it's easy to get your race associated with your culture.
Right.
It's just I don't think we live in that time anymore. It's like, oh, you're black. Well, you're not allowed to associate with the culture of white people. Right. I don't think we live in that time anymore.
I agree. And I think, I mean, to me, that's why I think America is so based, is that the whole idea is that you can adapt the American identity regardless of, you know, race or ethnic grouping or whatever.
Yeah, this is why I don't like CRT as much as I don't like it, is because I do want skin color to become as unimportant as like hair color or eye color. Like you don't think, oh, that person's a blonde. Like there's a blonde culture, right? It's
right.
We should have an American culture.
We do, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it is shocking. I don't know why. There's a shocking amount of Floridians in our audience. I have no clue why that is. They sense my Florida energy, maybe, but it is interesting. Disproportionate amount of Floridians.
Well, Florida politically is pretty like closer to you guys.
Florida is a swing state, though. Look, we should.
Has it been recently?
We should. No, it should still be a swing state, and we should leverage that to our advantage. We should be like, be nice to us, or we're going to tell our whole audience to vote for Trump.
There's like no way Trump's not going to win Florida in 2024.
I think our whole audience probably is voting for Trump already.
Right.
Also, I think that's illegal.
You what? Right. No way. We can tell our audience to vote for
you
Trump.
Can tell your audience to do that when you coerce somebody, say be nice to us, or we'll do it. I think that's illegal.
Oh, it is? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm
probably not. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, it is coercion. I do agree with that part.
Listen, it's worth it.
It's so weird. I mean, I don't even really think of us as having a big audience. There's so many bigger audiences out there. But
That's
people are going to go crazy this year with the election.
Yep.
That's why so many people want to police us and put us into a category, you know, define who you are, who you're voting for. Let me shame you into not endorsing the person I want everyone to vote for, because they see our audience as just like numbers that they can appropriate in the Democratic column or the Republican column.
Well,
I can't stand that stuff.
Media's downstream and all that. Or is it upstream? I forget. It's one of those.
It's on a stream with politics.
They say politics is downstream from culture. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard people say that.
I believe it. I think a lot of people's environment influences how they think. If you get like those few who are actually free thinkers and can question things, but most, like the majority of people are influenced by their environment. I use this quote all the time from Men in Black. It's like, a person is smart. People are dumb, panicky creatures, and you know it.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Individual person is good, but a group. This is why you have the based liberalism mindset of individuality.
See, like some people have said that, like, Shady, I don't know if you're a conservative. You sound you sound like a liberal to me, and I'm like, I don't get too hung up on the political labels. Most labels I do get hung up, but on the political ones, I'm like, I just call myself conservative because before I really got into anything, I wasn't conservative, so I just kind of keep the label.
Right. Well, no, I didn't say liberal. I said liberalism. You know, the concept of, you know,
I don't even know the labels well enough.
Yeah, the liberalism is like the, you know, the Enlightenment idea of, you know, we should be maximizing individual freedoms. We should think of ourselves as individuals as opposed to parts of, you know, our race or country or whatever. So
conservatives
anyway,
are trying to conserve liberal principles like free speech and stuff like
they
that.
can be. They definitely can be. Yeah. CT said that we need to give you a better intro. A proper intro.
Yes.
Because for our channel trailer, we're gonna have a thing where like we have every person that's ever been on.
Yeah,
so,
we want to include you because you're cool as fuck.
So okay, let me give you the intro. Hey now! Oh, you ruined it. Hey now! It's Shady Durags. What's up?
Hey, hello. How do you do?
That's not. That's actually not a good intro.
What is the intro? You do it, Adam. I don't know what the fuck. What is a proper intro?
Nine times out of 10, I do the intro.
Like, how does it
I don't even know. I don't know what a proper intro is.
You have. Did you look at? I don't know. CT sent you a thing of the thing.
No. What is the
a thing intro? Of the thing?
What is the thing?
We just say. Well, you usually turn it over to me, and I say, and we're here with a fabulous guest. We have Shady Durags. What's up, Shady?
Do I speak now?
Yes.
Actually,
last time I came in early.
Let's get let's do
that should be the intro.
Let's do it one more time, but let's have him say something that can actually be in the video that's like super based.
What's the super based thing that he could say?
I don't know. What did you say?
What are you gonna say, Shay? It's super based, like a one sentence thing. Put you on spot.
Say trans women are women.
There you go.
I don't support BLM.
Perfect.
Okay, you can do that. Look, I think you could just edit that together. I don't even think we need to.
I love it.
Yeah, why should we have to do the work? Like the editors can.
There you go.
Do you have an editor?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm the editor. I'm the everything on my channel.
Yeah.
So look, you're trying to save yourself. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I have a running joke with myself. Script writing Shady hates recording Shady, who hates editing Shady, who hates script writing Shady. They all hate each other, but they also all love each other.
Right. I know that feel. I used to know that feeling, but now I'm lazy. I'm a lazy streamer. Just show up, talk a bunch of bullshit for hours.
We're almost out of time. Do we have any more super chats for Shady or?
No, everyone just loves Shady.
Okay.
Nothing but love.
Story of my life.
There you go. It's a good life.
I think we have some more super chats to read after we say goodbye, but is there anything you want to say or I guess you've kind of shouted out your channels a bunch of times. Subscribe to Shady 2, no space, the number 2, Rags, which was confusing me because I thought it was Shady TOO Rags, like also Rags.
That wouldn't have been a bad name. That would have been a good alternative.
And he will be streaming the Spider-Man game very soon.
He just be saying stuff.
You have
two rags.
You have to stream it so you can give contentious political takes about Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Listen, I actually do want to give contentious political takes about Spider. I really do, actually. But I don't know if I want to do it on that channel.
Oh, okay. You do it on our channel. How about that?
That's possible, yeah.
There you go.
Well,
thanks for coming, Shady.
Yeah, we'll definitely see you again. We see you in the chat all the time, but we'll invite you on. Well, this is actually technically your second time on the show because we did just invite you on.
This is your third time on the show, then?
Is it?
I've only been here once.
I swore you've been here twice.
3 if you want to count the face-to-face meeting that we had that you imagined.
In a dream.
I'm just that memorable, you know? You invite me once, it seems like you've invited me twice.
It just sticks with me.
That's
actually where the 2 comes from.
That was actually a
True.
super fun stream where I was just like, okay, let me see if I can get like 20 people in here. I think J-Mac came on. I think Sammy G came on. I
Yeah.
think CT was on.
Yeah, that was
We
a good
just
stream.
kept inviting people on.
Yep.
That
I don't
was
remember
fun.
what we
Look,
talked about, but it was good.
that's what we artists do.
Okay.
We
Spontaneity.
exactly.
Guy.
Look at Shady knows. Spontaneity. He knows.
Jesus.
I can't believe I knew that word.
Sitch, why are you so look?
These artists, right? Am I right, chat? Artists. Ugh.
Sitch,
Can't wait till you're replaced with AI.
Be a little pretentious for once. Come on.
Oh my God. I'm a man of the people, Adam. Okay. I'm a man that you could drink a beer with. And by that, I mean you could not drink a beer with me because I don't want to leave my house. Okay. So you can send me a chat about you wanting to drink a beer with me.
Well, Sitch has a very early meeting tomorrow. So we're going to have to cut our live stream short today.
It won't be a super long stream today. That is true.
Right. So we're going to say goodbye. We're going to say goodbye to you, Shady. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for sharing your stories with us and the history of your channels and whatnot. And
y'all will get me in trouble.
I know.
And
that's the goal.
we're definitely going to clip out that little talk we had about the trans stuff and send that over to FD Signifier immediately. But yeah, no. Thanks for coming on, man.
Nomad says Shady play Baldur's Gate 3 10-10 game.
I will. We'll see. We'll see. I'm tempted to play a lot of things, but remember, the Do-Rags channel is like my actual job. So,
right.
All right, guys. So long.
Take care.
Farewell.
Take care, man.
Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Later. Thank you for the $5, Nomad. Okay.
So we got a couple more super chats, right?
Yeah. Send Cess's Rins fan club for $2 says, love you, good Lawgic. So glad you guys have him on. Yeah, I like Joe too.
So many people in the comments after we did the Sunday stream about Alex Jones.
Yeah.
What is it? Everyone's like, I feel betrayed. These people are liberals. It's like yeah, duh. Hasn't everybody been calling us like left wingers?
Maybe they're like new people or something. Because you keep churning new people and they're confused, right?
Right.
So
a lot of people do also think centrist means neutral.
Right.
They're like, you're not being neutral. You're taking sides.
Well, I mean, we've never been neutral about anything.
Really, I know. So. Yeah, that's why I don't get it. But
no, that's fine. Let some people get triggered. If they can't handle it, they can't handle it. Girl Sarah for $2 says Jewish tunnels below New York City. Conspiracy theories go. Yes, that's like the big meme today. The weird Jewish tunnels.
Yeah, did you see the stuff on it?
I saw the videos. Yeah, so that's super weird. There's like well, it's confusing because there's supposedly there's some tunnels that were connecting some Orthodox Jewish school or temple or something to like other places. And they said originally that the tunnels were built because during COVID lockdown, if you recall, there was a big controversy about like the Hasidic Jews want to go meet and do their Jew stuff together, and they can't because it violates lockdown order. It was like a big controversy. And so I was like, okay, well, they built a bunch of underground tunnels to meet in secret is kind of like insane. It's like kind of base, but also retarded at the same time.
It can't be true. That's not what happened.
You're like, well, I mean, on one hand, it's stupid, but on the other hand, like, I guess it's, it's an impressive effort, I guess. So
that's not what happened, right?
That's the claim. I don't know if that's what will continue. But then that breeds the question. It's like, well, wait a minute. Why would they still be using the tunnels now? Like, because lockdown's been over for a super long time. Like, I would understand them wanting to maybe keep the tunnels because they might think, oh, there could be another lockdown, right? We spent all this time and energy building this or maybe it's just like, when you're like a guy and you do something and
you're
like,
it's a man cave, literally.
Yeah, like you're like, listen, I spent all these time building these fucking tunnels. I'm gonna use them, right? like the women are like, you don't need the tunnels anymore. The lockdown's over. It's like, Sheila, I built these fucking tunnels for 6 months. I'm gonna damn well use them.
Bitch, that's my impromptu opium den.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So maybe that's all that's going on there. I don't know. Maybe they just think they're cool. But it is the whole thing is super bizarre. So I'm sure we'll find out more about it going forward in the future.
None of the articles were all lame. They were so confusing is a perfect word for it. You're like, what? This is
because there's not a lot of information about it yet. I don't think.
I watched the videos. It was pretty funny.
They were funny and lots of memes, lots of funny memes about it. Obviously, the actual anti-Semitic people are very happy with all the memes now. They can have of Jewish people climbing out of sewer grates and stuff. So, it's a whole thing.
Bastards.
Caleb the Cynic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And Caleb for $2 says, I gifted subs. Say the line, Sitch. S-Class is a bus.
Ooh.
Thank you, Caleb.
We got a lot of A teams today. I'm surprised.
That's true.
A lot of people showing their strength.
Magor for 11 months says, I think Sitch and Adam is the closest thing we have to EFAP for books. If anyone knows of something closer, let me know. Or maybe Sitch or Adam will do it more.
Stephen Michael Davis is coming on next week to talk about the fourth turning. So should be cool.
You guys barely even talked about that when you were on a stream.
Yeah, because he's supposed to come on and talk to us for 2 hours about it. Why would you want to burn it up?
Okay.
Yeah. Which will probably be a lot like the stream with Nick Rekieta, where Sitch barely says anything. Reverse Nick Rekieta.
There's like no shot that's gonna happen.
You're gonna have a lot to say about
me and Steven are gonna team up. It's gonna be a 2v1 on you. Okay.
And it's gonna start. You guys are probably gonna start talking about Pokemon.
We are. Wait, is he a big Pokemon fan?
Yeah, last time he came on, all you guys did was talk about Pokemon.
We did? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys were like going crazy.
I'm down to talk about Pokemons with Steven.
I was like, holy shit. These guys are fucking nerds. I'm surprised.
Like everyone in this space, except for like you and a handful of other people, are like massive nerds. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's awesome. It's totally awesome. Mm-hmm. Steve, though, is a book nerd as well. I'm reading a book he recommended that's amazing. If you want to read, this is probably the most pretentious libertarian book that I've ever read.
Wow.
The Smallest Minority, Independent Thinking in the Age of Mob Politics. But it's so artfully written. I feel like I'm reading a Steinbeck novel or something.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Sam Josh for 10 months says A-Team reigns supreme. Look at that.
Nice. Rise
Contrast
up.
for 5 Aussie says, Sitch, I can hear Jews under my house. Can you guys please keep it down? Listen, we'll try to add some more soundproofing. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Do it up.
Mythos Infinite, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Says Sitch and Adam, charlatans. You claim to be centrist with minimal bias, and yet you say opinions besides all the ones I agree with. How dare you claim to be politically neutral when you don't parrot my views? Happy old New Year's, nerds. That's a wonderful super chat. Thank you.
That is awesome. Yeah.
You should pin that comment to the Alex Jones comment section.
Is it it's a comment, Ann?
It's a super chat.
Okay.
Mythos Infinite should go over, copy, paste that.
Yeah, there you go.
Into the Alex Jones comment section, and
then we actually can.
Then Adam will pin it. Yes.
Yeah. Then we can pin it rather.
Raiders Cat for 3 months. Thank you so much. Says blunt fly supremacy, wormy Tifa emoji.
Oh yeah.
Mythos Infinite for 5 Canadian says, this feels like I'm being told to buy gold by some guy's dad. Nice.
Was that when we were doing the exchange? I got to
admit,
we were talking
about gold standard with Joe.
I got to admit I did take it like one more when I did actually know what was going on, just because it was funny.
Right. Fondue for 5.
I feel like you're trolling me now. It was so good.
Well, you were. So there you go.
It's so good.
Exactly.
Stop it, Adam. Stop.
That was pretty funny. Fondue for $5 So it's funny that Adam had a problem with how boring law talk was alongside MMT. True.
I know. Look, it's weird. And I was telling Sitch just before the stream began. Just the meme of the numbers floating in front of the guy's face or the girl's face?
From The Hangover. Yeah.
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 When we talk about MMT, I'm like that. Like I just understand what's going on.
Right.
It's like I'm in the fucking Matrix. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching all these complicated MMT streams and I'm like, this makes sense. Everyone else is like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Right, right.
The law stuff is, and I mean, I listened back. I was kind of having fun with you guys in the chat when Nick Rekieta and Sitch were talking, but I listened back this morning and it was a fascinating conversation. I obviously agree more with Sitch on the stuff. And I tried to use some of the knowledge that I got from that previous stream in this talk with Joe. So I mean, yeah, I can pay attention, but it's not the numbers floating in front of my face. I really have to like concentrate. And I think there are key concepts that are missing, like that are linkages. Like the concept between federal law and state law. I don't have a lot of understanding of how those two different systems interact with one another. So
yeah, well, a lot of it, like whether you're bored or not, is if you don't understand what's being talked about, it makes it boring.
It does, yeah.
And then so it's a combination of that, and it's a combination of just interest. Like, I'm raised by a lawyer, so I was kind of, grew up with all this like lawyer talk kind of in my brain. So it's always just been something that I've kind of been interested in.
Yeah, Sitch is like, yeah, I read that indictment, and there are like 4 different key components to it, and I'm thinking, this motherfucker's reading fucking PDFs on the internet.
Well, it's funny. Today, Adam, you DM'd in the DMs, you sent that MMT podcast.
Yes.
About the cutting the interest rate is going to affect the economy.
Yeah.
Right. And I listened to it for 20 minutes and I'm like, this is the most boring shit I've ever heard in my life. I have no fucking clue what it was talking about. I just turned it off.
I can't even believe you lasted 10 minutes, to be honest with you.
I was only because I was doing something else. I was like driving somewhere and like doing errands. And then I realized when I got to my destination, I'm like, I don't know. I just had no retention of anything that was said in that fucking conversation. It's just gone.
This is why I pulled out the important points in the DM.
Yeah.
Because I did say, and I'll just tell you guys, I did say that the crux of that podcast was they think the Federal Reserve is going to raise interest rates this year, which nobody is expecting, and it's going to cause people to totally freak out.
Why would they raise interest rates?
Because they think inflation is going to come back again. They don't think we're done with inflation. They think, yeah. So if inflation comes back, the Fed is going to, we're tough on inflation. We're going to raise interest rates again, not knowing that raising the interest rates is causing the inflation. And that's either going to happen, which is nightmare scenario, right? Everyone's expecting rates to go down. They're going to go up. The stock market's going to crash. Everything's going to be fucking on fire. Or inflation is going to subside enough that they do start lowering interest rates, which will cause less inflation, but they think it's going to cause a recession. And a recession is going to cause the stock market to tank and be bad for Biden's reelection. So either way, it's like we're fucked.
Right.
Yeah. So 2024 is not looking good by their predictions. And these are the same guys that called all of 2023, which, I mean, every single analyst was saying that 2023 was going to be a recession. It was going to be because the Fed is raising interest rates. The Fed is trying to cause a recession, not knowing that raising the interest rates was causing a bunch of stimulative spending and working against a recession. So that's why the market is up huge. I told Sitch to buy. He didn't buy, but whatever.
I know. I'm fucking get it next piece time. Of shit.
Look, Sitch, a crash is coming in 2024. You'll have your opportunity.
Nice. So I shouldn't buy it yet because it's going to be a crash.
No. Yeah.
Supposedly.
Look, I'm getting out.
Okay.
I'm getting in on the crash this time. Crashes are the best.
Only if you get out before.
Crashes are the hugest money-making opportunity.
Mythos Infinite, thank you for the 2 Canadians, says, copy, paste it, give me the pin, boss. Here's $2. Thank you for $2. And yes, comment is pinned and hearted. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, nice. You pinned and hearted it?
I did, yeah.
Sweet, good for you.
So rub it in everyone's fucking face. Thank you, Mythos.
Jeez. A little fucking harsh, but okay.
Oh, jeez. Cyborg for $2 says, oh no, wait, let's get one. Master Phillips, thank you for the $20. Says too many finance tisms to list. Gold bugs are dumb. They're either speculators or champagne socialists equivalent to preppers. MMT is a neutral tool currently wielded by evil and or idiotic people. Hi, Joe. Glad to see you're here. That's the full spectrum of economic takes. I like it.
I did agree with the MMT stuff.
Right.
It's tough. A lot of retards are wielding.
Sure. Cyborg for $2 says, Adam, how would Argentina dollarizing affect us? Wouldn't it increase the dollar's value a little bit?
Say again. What was the question?
How would Argentina dollarizing affect us?
Not at all.
It had no effect.
It's going to have zero effect on us. I put a video in the chat earlier that somebody sent me. One of you guys sent me. That is about Argentina. It was a really good video. Here, I'll put it in again. You guys
They're not dollarizing. They're just going to peg their currency to the dollar, right? They're not dollarizing.
Vanessa is a member for 6 months. She says, Adam, what's the new book you're reading? I missed it. Not The Fourth Turning, the other one. Well, the book
he's
that
reading the Similarion.
The book that I just talked about was The Smallest Minority: Independent Thinking in the Age of Mob Politics, which I think I mean it. You might not like it. It's kind of a weird book, but I think it's pretty cool.
Is there another book you're reading?
Well, I don't know, because Steve and I were going to talk about 2 books. We were going to talk about The Fourth Turning is Here, what the seasons of history tell us about how and when this crisis will end, and what's the other book?
Listen, I don't know how to pronounce similarions, okay? It's a fake word. No one can pronounce it correctly because it's made up. It's a made-up word. It's not a real word that wasn't made up, okay?
Simulacrum? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Well, the other book is End Times by Peter Turchin, Elites, Counter-Elites, and the Path of Political Disintegration. So that's what we're talking about next week. Sitch will read both of those books. He'll be totally prepared.
I'm not going to read shit, buddy.
And good.
Silmarillion, is that how you say it? Silmarillion. Adam doesn't even know what that is.
Simulacrum.
That's not the Simulacrum. That's the book in the Matrix that he has his money in, okay? It's a different book.
Oh, okay.
That's the Silmarillion, however you say it. That's the Lord of the Rings book.
Okay.
You need to increase your nerd game, Adam.
I know, I do. I agree. I agree 1,000% with you on
Sagar says, I love this. I love the Similarion. It's my favorite evolution. There you go. Thank you.
He's just fucking with us, right?
I know he is. Cyborg for I read that one. Read that one. Bob Van Gogh for $5 says, did you watch the Peter Boghossian McIntyre debate? He's falling quicker than Carl Sargon did for the NRX View. Better get your boy before Molebug does. Wait, Peter Boghossian is falling for NRX View?
Really?
That seems shocking to me. If that's what you meant. haven't seen the conversation yet. If it was a debate, shouldn't he be debating McIntyre on that concept?
Well, I hung out with Peter Boghossian, and he told me that he thought Vivek was going to be Trump's pick for VP.
Or did you mean McIntyre? is falling for it. If that's the case, I thought I knew that
Yeah,
already.
he's already in our ass.
Yeah, I thought he's been there for a long time. Right.
McIntyre has me blocked on Twitter, so
Mhm.
I said something. It's Aaron McIntyre, right?
Is it Aaron or Oren?
Oren, okay.
They mostly agree, Vile Vanko says. Oh, I'll check it out.
Interesting. Interesting. That's what Adam says when he's could care less. When he's not paying attention,
I know.
remember?
No, so I mean, I saw James Lindsay's conversation with Carl on a similar topic. I mean, Carl's not like straight up NRX, but he's in his own weird category, I guess. Um, and I thought that was an interesting conversation. And then James Lindsay did his own video that was the first half of it is fantastic. That's all kind of addressing the sort of ideas about, is wokeness an outgrowth of liberalism? And the first half of it, I think, is very good, where he's kind of going, debunking all that idea. The second half, he kind of gets bogged down in like property rights that I think it just goes on for way too long. So,
Right. He does sometimes get sidetracked a little too long.
right. Moondoggy for $10 says, important question. What's your favorite Keyblade design? I love 3 wishes. That's a good ass question.
Look at this. Vanessa's reading both those books, Sitch. You should feel horrible.
Why would that make me feel horrible?
Vanessa's reading both those books. You're literally going, look, we should just invite Vanessa on. She's read the books.
Yeah, if so, invite her on.
Okay. You're
Now
invited,
I'm talking
Vanessa.
to Vanessa. I think my favorite Keyblades I could think of. I liked Oblivion. I liked the Jack Skellington one. I hated the Pinocchio one. I liked Lionheart, was cool. Kind of like the weird giant like cloud one with the bandages around it. Those are the ones. Those are the ones I like.
Those are the good Pokemans.
Those are the good Keyblade Pokemans, yeah.
Oh, they're Keyblades.
The Keyblades. Yeah.
What is a Keyblade like a knife that you stick into a lock and force it open?
So in Kingdom Hearts, the main weapon you use is a Keyblade. It's a sword that is shaped like a key. And the reason it is a Keyblade, Adam, is because all the various multiverse worlds are connected via a series of like interdimensional doors. And the Keyblade Master has the ability to lock and unlock these doors.
With the sword?
With the sword, yeah.
Nice.
You have to lock the doors because it keeps the soul-eating zombies out. Essentially. It's complicated.
Mm-hmm. But is it needlessly complicated?
It is needlessly complicated, yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
So it's nuanced.
It's nuanced. Can you imagine how awful? Imagine Kingdom Hearts directed by Christopher Nolan. It'd be a fucking disaster. You want to like, or not even worse.
It's Tenet.
Even worse. What's his name? The fucking guy you like so much that did the original Dune.
Yeah, David Lynch.
David Lynch. Kingdom Hearts would be a fucking disaster.
It'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I have
Terrible.
the Keyblade.
God.
The interdimensional Keyblade.
My God. Toxic Mix, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you, Toxic. Says, just got here at the end of the Kingdom Hearts talk. Why anyone will try to explain the labyrinthian nightmare of retcons and lampshades to an uninitiated is beyond me. Also, Sora's heart is weak. The point is his friends make him stronger. Get fucked. Well, there you go. To answer the question, the reason I just wanted to annoy Adam, that was the reason I wanted Shady to explain the backstory of Kingdom Hearts to Adam.
Look,
So,
I started taking notes. I want
there
to
you
know
go.
more about it.
I'm impressed. You were following along.
When you say that I am seriously deficient in the nerd culture, actually, it's more the nerd culture of your generation. You want to
True.
talk nerd culture of Gen X? Like, I'm fully versed.
Right.
It is. I mean, that is kind of the cultural divide because, well, I was going to college and stuff. You were a little kid playing all these fucking video games every single day, fucking sun up to sundown.
True.
You got out of school at fucking 3:15 and you were playing video games to midnight.
True.
That's
Those
a
are the
lot.
days, man.
That's a lot of video games.
That's right.
You were growing up in virtual worlds.
I remember being at my friend's house, sitting around watching him try to beat Sephiroth for 2 hours in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a little painter studio that I
It's
was
fucking gay.
painting. Yeah, we didn't have video games. Well, actually, we did.
Yeah,
have
you did.
video
You had
games.
Pong.
We had.
And
Yeah,
Galaga.
I had all the video games that you could have, but the home, like that little Atari version of the arcade games.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
man,
Yeah.
it sucked.
I'm sure it did. Yep.
I often wonder though, because sometimes they have the meme of we have this at home. No, you don't get a Big Mac. We have food at home.
Right. Right. Yeah.
The
That home
Atari
version
was
sucks. Yeah.
The Atari was kind of like the food at home.
Yes.
The video games at home thing.
Yes.
Like, these fucking suck. These games that you get all free suck. I want to go to the arcade and play Donkey Kong. Why couldn't they just do Donkey Kong like the arcade game on the Atari?
I think probably the physical hardware of the Atari couldn't do it.
Yeah, you had to have a giant machine to be able to do. Yeah.
Probably. That'd be my guess.
So lame.
But it's funny, my parents, I found about this recently. My parents used to be super big into Pac-Man.
Really?
It's so funny because like my parents, like I never thought of them as like they don't play any video games or anything remotely like that. They're like old boomers. I never would have been. And they're telling me like, oh yeah, we used to go to this arcade that still exists, by the way, and we used to like play Pac-Man for hours. I'm like, what the fuck, really? That's crazy.
My mom got super addicted to this game, Pipe Dream, where you basically, you laid pipe. So
as they
weird.
say, your mom was laying a lot of pipe.
I knew. I couldn't resist making the joke. You put little sections of pipe in it. You like create, I don't know, kind of like a plumbing system underground. And I think there was little monsters that ran around or whatever. So I watched her play it a bunch, but I could see like, Mom, you're addicted to this game. You need to eat.
It's hilarious.
Let's get some food into you.
I've never seen this. So this game was on computer.
Yeah.
It was like on like Windows 3.1 or whatever the fuck that was called back in the day.
Yeah.
I've never seen this game before. It looks kind of like the Mouse Maze game. Did your mom play that one?
I'm not sure.
There's like a little game where you're like a mouse and you had to like move. I forget what it was called. You had to like move like blocks to get the cheese and avoid the cat.
Here it is. This is it.
Yeah, I know. You can Google it. It's there. You can even download it and play it.
This goofy game. Like, how the hell are you playing this game for hours? It's so fucking boring.
It does look really awful. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that was the thing too. Like
and hours and hours on end.
My mom and my grandfather used to play fucking solitaire for a long time on the computer. I'm like, that's so boring. How do you deal with that
Solitaire?
Shit? Yes.
Actually, when I moved to New Orleans, when I first moved to New Orleans, I didn't have any friends. So I would play solitaire just constantly. I know. Look, it was boring as fuck, and I was just trying to entertain myself. Try moving to a city where you don't know anybody at all.
Back in the day, I know.
Before there's the internet.
Yeah, right. I got you.
It's like, how the fuck do you meet people?
Right.
The only way that you can meet people, well, getting a job is the best way to meet people if you, like pre-internet, obviously. You get an immediate friend group. I'm going to bring
Rodent's
up a
Revenge. Thank you, PC. That's the name of the game. Rodent's Revenge. At least play the better version of Solitaire is the one where you make the pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? You have to get 13. You have to match pairs of 13.
I don't. Well, okay, I haven't played that.
I forget what it's called. It's like King's Tomb or something. Let's see. Metalworks for $11.90 for $10 says, Adam, for decades, everyone wanted Sora to be in Super Smash Brothers, Nintendo's big mascot fighting game for years, but for legal reasons they couldn't. But when it finally did, it was a monumental moment in gaming. There you go.
Nice. Okay.
Adam doesn't know or appreciate what any of that meant, but thank you.
Look, I'll look it up though. What
Don't
is the
worry
name
about
of?
it. It doesn't matter.
Look, so this pipe dream game.
Yeah.
So the little pipe, the little green glowing stuff fills up the pipe, and you just continue. You're trying to make up as much. You're trying to lay as much pipe as humanly possible.
I got you.
Which I don't know.
It's the BioShock minigame, yeah. The worst part of BioShock, I'm stuck for $5. So, that was the one about Shady to watch here getting mad at Jangles or Mr. Girl. Dodoms for 5 Aussie bucks says music videos back in the day were the best. Chameleon 808, the Apply Tree featuring the Glitch Mob. Anyone? Yeah, I didn't watch the movie music videos. I watched all the anime music videos back in the day that all had like Linkin Park or Papa Roach or something. Those were
on
like,
YouTube.
Well, no, this was even pre-YouTube. They'd be on like, you'd have to fucking download them from like Kazaa or something
I
like
remember
that. Yeah. What was the precursor to Kazaa?
LimeWire.
LimeWire. Thank you. Yeah, it was like Napster, and then Napster became LimeWire and Kazaa, because Napster was just music, and then Kazaa and LimeWire you could download videos. So, Brick Nose for $5 says, for context, Holly Hawk stopped speaking with BoJack Horseman because he got caught almost screwing the underage daughter of his former crush. Oh my God. Wow.
That's a way to get in trouble, right?
That's the way to get in trouble. I've never seen the show in my entire life, so the art style kind of put me off. Malik for $20 says, the people who believe in the concept of gender identity are the same people who tell women to break and defy gender norms. Is that not hypocrisy? By their logic, wouldn't women who defy gender roles be trans? Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. And I've kind of always been, brought that up, is that the entire concept of like, sort of that concept seems to sort of reinforce gender stereotypes. That's kind of why I'm not a huge fan of non-binary pronouns, because I feel like non-binary pronouns reinforce the very gender stereotypes that supposedly we're supposed to be dismantling. So, because you have to stake out what is officially a masculine or feminine thing in order to not be it. And so there is sort of a latent hypocrisy built into it.
Yeah, but there is a giant difference between a person who is a feminine male and a person who is passing.
I agree. Yeah, sure. Texas SP12 for $5 says, why don't we call it menstrual shows? I feel it's no different. Wow. Get it? Like you call someone a blackface a minstrel show, and you call someone menstrual show. Okay. Good job.
Well, I don't get it, but
don't worry about it. It's get us in trouble.
Is it like menstruation?
No, he's saying, because when you're talking about the trans stuff, it's like if you have like a person in blackface, it's like a minstrel show. So he was saying like a person who's trans, a menstrual show, like they're in woman face.
Yeah, woman face.
Gotcha.
Like, they're on their period.
There you go. Dark joke. PLO2PL for $5 says, what do you guys make of Trump talking about an economic crash in an interview? Dishonest framing from the media, actually what he wants, lacking context. So I heard people talking about the line, attacking it and defending it, but I didn't look it up myself before the stream started. So I don't know. I don't actually have a strong opinion on it. Did you hear about this?
I didn't. I saw the clip of the thing you were talking about with the magnets in the water, though, which was kind of hilarious.
Was there some context to that made sense?
No.
Okay.
Well, he was talking about electronics and got mixed up with magnets, which obviously water.
How the fuck do you do that?
Electronics don't get along. I think he was talking to some company, like he was at John Deere or something. So.
Oh, is that why he made that weird John Deere? I was like, why is he talking about John Deere randomly in this?
Yeah.
Okay. Trump says he hopes the economy crashes in the next 12 months because he doesn't want to be Herbert Hoover. Let's see. Quote.
What? So he's basically saying, look, I don't want it to crash while I'm in there. I want it to crash now so I can come in and fix it.
That is what he's saying, yeah. Because he said, quote, "We have an economy that's so fragile. The only reason it's running now is it's running off the fumes of what we did," meaning, his administration. "It's just running off fumes. And when there's a crash, I hope it's going to be during this next 12 months because I don't want to be Herbert Hoover, the one president. I just don't want to be Herbert Hoover." So, unless there's some further context, I mean, it sounds like it's exactly as you said, Adam. He's saying he thinks the economy is going to crash. He doesn't want to get blamed for it. So he hopes it crashes before he's president.
Look, this is interesting because
Yeah.
what we're talking about, the fourth turning is here, right?
Right.
He's saying, I want Biden to be Hoover and
Yes.
I want to be FDR.
Right. He wants to run in on the horse. Yeah. Right. Some people were interpreting it like Trump is hoping that there'll be a crash because then it'll help him win the election. But it's not quite a sort of like there's an element of that. But that's not quite what he's saying. They're making it sound like he's saying the economy is good right now and I want it to crash so I can win. And he's saying, no, he thinks there's going to be a crash. He just wants it to crash while he's not president.
Right.
So
he wants the crash to happen. Yeah. Right. You can blame it on Biden. He's saying the crash is coming. He doesn't know if it's going to. He's saying, look, I'm going to win the presidency. This thing's in the bag.
Yeah. Yes. Right. Because he's like, because he's saying it's going to crash because of Biden, but he doesn't want to become president and then immediately a crash when he wins. This is what he's saying. So, okay. Nomad for $5 says, God, this year's already wild. First the guy tackling the judge, and now there's secret Jewish tunnels, and it's only the second week LMAFO. True! 2024, man.
Yeah, what was up with that guy? Do you know that guy was he was a crack baby.
Is that, oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's surprising, I guess.
Look, I immediately was like, oh, that fucking sucks.
Yep.
That sucks.
Right.
Did you guys hear that? The guy who attacked the judge was a literal crack baby.
There you go.
So sad.
Critically Chibi for 20 Canadian. Thank you. Says Sitch. It's not like I want to have to go. I can't speak. It's not like I want to go have a beer with you, Baka. I went and saw Godzilla last weekend. What a great movie. Love the thick boyzilla, and it stands as proof you can have a compelling human story in your kaiju film. Well, there you go. Well, there you go.
Sitch still hasn't seen it.
I still haven't. And I never will.
Such a liar.
What do you mean?
You should it would be a good date movie. You should take a girl out and see that movie.
Is it even still in theaters?
I'm sure it is.
Like, I don't have no interest to watch that movie.
That's just like, look, I don't want to see a movie.
I just have no interest in watching that movie specifically.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't want to see a good movie?
No, I want to see bad movies.
You want to go look? He wants to see Barbie again.
I do.
What he really wants.
I want to be. I want to watch a movie that makes me mad. Okay.
Mad.
I want to get real mad when I watch a movie. Just gonna rant about it on stream.
Mad.
I'll probably watch it eventually when it's on streaming, but I'm not gonna go watch it in a theater. Vanessa for 6 months. Hey, Vanessa says Adam. Oh, you read that one. That was about the book.
Yep.
Human Flourishing for $10 says, while you're talking about video games, I'm convinced Adam's last name is Jensen. If not, Google Adam Jensen. Shades, the spiked hair, cybernetic arm, Deus Ex Classic. Also, Solitaire is underrated. Deus Ex. There you go. Yeah, people have made the Adam Jensen comparison a lot. And they will when the comic book comes out.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because he's got like the robot parts, so it is an interesting. It is an interesting.
Oh, he does his beard
coincidence.
He does the beard the same way.
There's a lot of like characters, a lot of like white guy characters that do look surprisingly like Adam in fiction. It is strange.
The design on my beard for the character is just based off the fact that I have these spots on my face that just don't grow beard.
Right.
Yeah. That's the American Indian me. Or the Native American.
Dude, lucky. I'm like so fucking hairy.
Yeah.
I hate it. Gotta shave like every 10 hours. Dotems for $2 says the Bitcoiners tend to argue against gold because the supply increased by about 2% per year. They're straight up pro deflation. It's not the supply doesn't increase, it's just physically constrained by production. There you go.
Yeah, well, they don't want enough money to run an economy, so.
Dotems for another $2 says, honestly, I think the better argument against gold is to ask how much of gold's value comes from people's perception of its value when most of its market is jewelry or investment. How is that any different from regular currency? There you go.
There is no artificial value creation in gold because it's all by demand driven. Taxes create value for currency.
Right.
So they force people to use it. No one is being forced to use gold.
McGore for $2 says, wait, is Brianna Wu actually trans? I thought that was a transvestigator op. No, Brianna Wu is trans.
Yeah.
Sitch's mom for $2. Oh no, it's my mother. Sitch,
Again.
I'm here to ask you the real JQ. When will you come rescue me from our secret tunnel? I've been trapped here for weeks now and the Goyim are coming. Please come help me. There you go.
I forget, what are the Goyim?
That's a Yiddish word for someone who's not Jewish.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Yeah, you know, it's weird. It was like, I was like seeing this history thing. Like, not, you know, Hebrew was like not really a spoken language. I mean, it was in like temple, but it wasn't really spoken language until Israel. They had to make a conscious decision to be like, this should be our national language. Because there wasn't like Jews were not walking around speaking Hebrew like before Israel, like as a you know, in a normal setting. They were speaking Yiddish mostly and some other things. So there you go. Anyways.
Oh, wow. It's time.
It's time.
It is time.
Anyways, thank you all for coming.
Yeah. Thank you all for your generous super chats.
I guess no harmonica. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Joe and Shady, for coming on. It's always good talking to you guys. And thank you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true wielders of the Keyblade. You are the true people who will never get cucked by a Native American man in Texas. You are the true standards of which our currency will be based off of instead of gold. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye.
That was a creepy bye-bye. I don't really want to end the stream. Jesus.
Bye-bye.